Hello everyone, I am Rex Red, and this is EZ3DTV tutorial. Today we are going to be creating a scene in Daz Studio. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It looks like we have an excellent connection for this live 4K broadcast. And let's see what else. You're going to be seeing a lot of new techniques that I have with working with these just easier ways to get your content in Daz Studio. Some just awesome, interesting things that you're going to see along the way. I'm just going to show kind of how easy it is once you get your content organized to create a really nice scene very quickly. So without too much introduction, we are going to get right into it. I've got everything kind of changed around. My background, I've kind of fixed that up a lot today, and it's just taken me hours and hours and hours to get this tutorial ready for broadcast. So we are going to jump right in. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, now over to this computer, and everything seems to be going okay today. I've changed the color of my camera, my face camera. It just wasn't quite showing me, I think, in the right color. I don't know if I'm doing this right or not. So we're going to find out in time, shall we not? And maybe this is a little too big for the interface here. The face of the interface. So, okay, we click there and we come back here. Okay. I have changed the way I start a scene, okay? Now, you could start a scene by putting things in and then put your characters in last. You could put lights in your scene, and you could put the only thing you wouldn't do is like put clothing in your scene and then put your character in. But you can like create your ultra scenery. Even that I don't recommend doing, because you kind of have to know how big things are. So the way I start a scene, now, first of all, I'm going to show you some really cool icons here. As you can see, this is my most used icons. This has grown quite a bit. And so when I open this up, you can see now these are scripts and icons. And when I click here, it takes me to more scripts and icons. More scripts. There's 3, 4. And as you can see, these are my Genesis 8 devloads. And then this is 5. We're going to 5. These are other scripts and all. And this is 5. And we even have 6. And these are some more. So we're going to be going into these with future videos. Okay, first I'm going to talk to you about dilemmas that people have working with Daz Studio. A lot of people would like to bring their figures into Daz. They would like to bring their Genesis 8 figures into Daz and use them or convert them to Genesis 9. Okay, and another issue is where they want to take the Genesis 8 and 8.1 textures and put them on their Genesis 9, the skin textures, and put them on their Genesis 9 figures. Crimson, how are you? I am well, and I hope you are well as well. So, yeah. It is nice to have you here just in time, because you're going to be hearing my opinion. Now, this is only my opinion, okay? You can take it with a grain of salt or a pinch or a whole teaspoon or tablespoon if you'd like. But this is my opinion, and it's talking about people who want to use Genesis 8 and Genesis 9 skin on a Genesis 9 figure. They want to use Genesis 8 and 8.1 skin on a Genesis 9 figure. My opinion, I've done some kind of research and looking into this, and I have found, there is a way to do it that you can just, and it's not that hard to just put a Genesis 9. Now, your Genesis 8 skin, it's iRay, it's not PBR, so it's definitely not going to look as nice as Genesis 9 skin. Now, your Genesis 8.1 skin is PBR, okay? And you might say, well, then I'll use Genesis 8.1 skin on my I'd like to use my Genesis 8.1 skin on my Genesis 9 figures. And from my experience, because I've actually done it and I've compared the skin from Genesis 8 that's been converted to Genesis 9 figures, and it looks horrible. And the thing is it's not just a little bit horrible compared to Genesis 9. It's a lot horrible. It's like half as nice, okay? So my advice is forget about using Genesis 8 skins unless you are using a specialty character, like a character that has like all these tattoos or very, very unique skin textures that just using a Genesis 9 figure skin, like a frog or a gremlin or something, or an orc, where you have to have very strange skin. Then I would, instead of using a Genesis 9 figure, I would just use the Genesis 8 figure or the Genesis 8.1 figure for that. But if your character just has regular skin, okay, do not use their skin on a Genesis 9 figure. Do not use Genesis 8 skin. Just forget that all completely. The reason why is because Genesis 9 has much, much, much better skin. Like twice as nice. Okay, now, even if it was 10% more better, okay, that would be a reason to, that would be a major reason to use Genesis 9 skin, okay? But the fact that, in my opinion, it's like half as good. I mean, it's twice, the as nice. There's just no reason whatsoever to even consider, learning buying things to convert skin. There are apps, there are things that you can buy to use Genesis 8 skin, Genesis 9 skin. Now, the only other thing there is the iris. Okay, now the spot in the middle of the eye, not the sclera, the white part, but the iris. Now, I assume someday that they will have a script where you can create a folder of all of your favorite Genesis 9 and it will probably be like a separate thing. It will take the iris and the sclera and put them in a folder, and you can just click on the sclera and it will change the sclera, or you can click on the iris and it will change the iris. And eventually you might be able to use your Genesis 9 iris and sclera on your Genesis 8 and 8.1 iris and sclera on a Genesis 9 figure. You probably already can, but the thing is, it would be nice. I've only been learning to use DAZ since last October, so I've been trying to stick with using That's all I use, Crimson Samurai. So the only thing is that you want to buy, when you see Genesis 8 and Genesis 8.1 figures, like on a huge sale, like $1 each or something like that, you should buy them, okay? And this is, now I'm going to show you what I do. So we're going to go into here, into DAZ Studio. My suggestion, again, it is a suggestion, is when you bring your Genesis 9 figure in, you don't like put Nathan in the scene, or you don't put like Victoria 9 in the scene, okay? This is how you start working with your figure, okay? Is you put this in the scene, okay? You put your Genesis. This is how you start with your figure. And if you put a second figure in the scene, you start with this, okay? This is how you start. Always. Okay, now take my advice, because I've been really putting a lot of thought. And when you start your scene and you go to put a figure, you don't put another figure in, okay? You put this in the scene, okay? You click and put this Genesis 9 figure, because what I can take then this figure, and I can go into parameters, all right? And the first thing you do is you start changing the shape, okay? So it's like, do this every time, okay? You will thank me. In time you'll think about it. You can always think about it, all right? And say, okay, well, what if I just put like Nathan in and then change him? Or what if I put, Michael 9 in and change him? Don't, okay? This is the way you do it, okay? And then you go to your Genesis actor here, okay? And you select head. And you have if you've bought a bunch of Genesis 9 figures, you'll find, this would be base, I guess. So I don't know, people. Okay, if you click on people down here, it will show you all of your Genesis 9 figures that you have, and all the Genesis 9. Angus, lovely to have you here, my friend. You put your figure in, and then what you do is you decide. Then you figure out the head and the body and what you want to use. And you see, I like my Genesis 9 figures, but the thing is that I really like let's give him a little bit of Jack's head. Okay, so what I do is I zoom in on the head, okay? Let's put some pants on, okay? And I zoom in on the face, okay? And, so I can kind of get the ear. And I go out of iRay, okay? So that I can just see what I'm doing. And we'll use a little bit of Jack. And I make my figure from scratch, okay? So that it's a complete, let's take a little bit of Bartholomew. And we'll take a little bit of Dalton. Okay, and then what I will do is go here to my Genesis 8 heads that I have. Okay, these figure converter heads. This is why you buy Genesis 8 figures. Okay, because look at all of my Genesis 8 figures, and I haven't even started converting the female figures yet. These are just the male figures and their head and body. So if you cut this about in half, each one is a figure. So as you can see, I've got the Let's pull this over a little more. This Alex Capital, I thought I got rid of that, but I guess not. So this is the body, head. Okay, this is Alexander's body, Alexander's head. And these were some, okay, we got Alex converted body, Alex converted head. Okay, Armand. And so almost all of my Genesis 8 and 8.1 figures are here. So I could just take one of these figures here and Gundavar. Let's see what happens when we give a little bit of Gundavar. And so we're going to just change the body a little bit and some of, let's see, what was that? Achilles. Achilles is probably good. This is going to be Achilles 9 body. All right, so he's got a pretty nice body there. So, but let's go now and let's finish the head. So I make my Genesis because I have so many more Genesis 8 figures than I have Genesis 9. And I really kind of love my Genesis 8 and 8.1 figures. I know what I've learned them. I know I've got like 5 or 6 years using these. So we'll use a little bit of Pablo, okay? We'll use, okay, we're definitely going to, I almost put a little bit of Alex Capital in every one of my figures because Alex has the most amazing nose. So we go a little bit of Alex Capital and see what it does. It gives him that kind of little broken nose look a little bit, but see how it's kind of like broken and crooked? It just gives them, your figure, a little bit of, maybe a little less than that, a little bit, okay? And then there's Fergal. We give a little bit of Fergal's head, and Fergal gives him this really sharp jawline, okay? A little bit of Fergal. You just do it. You just, okay, you decide what you want to do, and we'll take a little bit of, let's see, just go down through and see what you've got here. And we'll do a little bit of Roy, okay? And just a little bit. And some of Thomas for Michael. No, I don't think that's a different Thomas. We'll put some Thomas in there, okay? A little bit of Thomas. And then we'll go with a little bit of Zach. And so you just do enough until these all add up to about 100%. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you don't want it under, okay? And you don't want it way over. A little bit of Rocco. And some of, let's see. Where's, a little bit of Casper, okay, and let's see, there's a few more here. So this is what you do. You just, I didn't need to put a Genesis 9 figure in here. I just put the Genesis 9 base figure, and look what I have. Okay, I have a figure that's never been before, okay? And this is what is so amazing about this. I think I might have too much of Fergal here, because yes, you get the jaw, but then you also get the FER. Okay, let's go here. And we'll take some of that down. See, just a little bit of that down. Okay, and so there we go. Now we have a completely, maybe some of this Alexis. All right. Now we have a completely new character that's never been. Okay, it's just completely new. And I'm not liking the Alexis there. Asher, maybe. Yeah, Asher does good. Okay, so here we go. All right, so now what I'm going to do is go to my content library, and I'm going to go to shape, this shape, because I've created this folder and added it to my runtime. So it's called My Saved Items, and in it I created another folder called Shape and Genesis 9. So I just make sure my Genesis 9 figure is selected, and then I go to the shaping preset, and I say, this is Darvig. Okay, just come up with a name. This is Darvig. Okay, and then I add Darvig's shape over here. Okay, this is my shapes. Okay, I have to first select Darvig. All right, and then we can come here and add Darvig. But I already have his shape, but now I can pull up Darvig anytime I want and use him, okay, as my own figure. People look and say, I've never seen that figure. Who's that figure? Now you have to fix the eyes. You go into here to the parameters. You go 120. And you do this one. 120 is usually the hot number that I find. 120 that works. And then you come in and you make sure that you usually have to pull them out like this. And this one out like that. Okay. And then you look in on both sides to make sure it's there. And then you select the eye here. It's not that much to do this, okay? It's not that much. Once you get everything set up, then you go into parameters and you type iris. And you need to have this VinMe product, VinMe morph product. You make the iris smaller. As you can see, it makes it smaller. Okay, because when you resize the eye, it makes it bigger. Okay, now I'm going to save this. Save the project as Darvis. Okay. And I love how his eyes fold over like that on the side. So he's going to be really nice. So we have Darvis, and then what I'm going to do is just put him in a really quick pose to make sure the body works. Okay. So I have poses here. Where's my poses? Okay, let's put him in a bending pose so that we can... All right, I have to close this again. I didn't have him selected. I just put him in a pose to make sure that the body works right. And usually you put him in like a bending pose like this. And it tells you if the legs are bending right, okay? And if they look really weird, okay, see, they look fine. If they look really weird, something's wrong with Darvis. He's got like some kind of disease. Art is here. Art, I am going through the process. You haven't missed much, my friend. But what I am saying here is that the idea of taking, I'm going to recap very quickly for you because you spend a lot of time on this channel and you deserve to be caught up. And so what I have learned, okay, is that Genesis 9 skin and Genesis 8.1 skin, they both have this new PBR skin. But the Genesis 9 skin is like twice as nice as the Genesis 8 skin, okay? Just what they're doing for the Genesis 9 figures to make the skin is, it's just so much nicer. I know, I brought Genesis 8 skin and I put it on the Genesis 9 characters. I converted it over and it's half as nice. So the only thing you use your Genesis 8 characters for is the shape. Okay, their face shape and their body shape. And as you can see, I have all of these face shapes and body shapes here in parameters Genesis 9 here. And these are all of my Genesis, okay, it's here. These are all of my Genesis 8 and 9 and Genesis 3 characters, all converted. So I can put a little bit of their head, a little bit of their body on the Genesis 9 figure, okay? That's what you use. That's the important thing. Forget about skin. Don't even go there, okay? That is my suggestion, okay? You are very welcome. You are kind as well, Art, and that is why I want to get you caught up so that you don't have to necessarily go back, but it's good to review this because you're going to learn a lot in this tutorial. Okay, so I used mostly the Genesis 8 and 9 and 8.1 heads and body to make him. I used a couple of Genesis 9 morphs, but this is mostly the Genesis 8 and 9. This is 8 and 8.1 heads and face and body morphs that created this figure. So it's like when you, and I never thought of doing this with Genesis 8, but really when you put a figure in the scene, you should start with, if you're working with Genesis, you start with the Genesis figure, and then you add a little bit of this morph and that morph to the face. You don't start with like Michael, or you don't start with Roy, or you start with the Genesis basic figure, and you change their face and body into what you want. And that is what I did here. I started with the Genesis 9 figure, okay? And then I morphed like about 10 different morphs onto the face, and I used 2 different morphs on the body, and I created a figure, Darvis, and I gave him a name, and I saved the shape, and this is a completely new figure, okay, made up of morphs. This is how you do it. When you go to say, okay, I need a figure in the scene, don't put one of your pre-made figures. Put the Genesis 8 figure or Genesis 8.1 figure in the scene and use them, mold them into your figure, into something new. Okay, that is the way to do it. Now, it's a suggestion, but someday you're going to think about it and you say, why would I want to put something? Because then if you put somebody else in, you got to take all their morphs off. Okay? And that's the thing, is if you put the Genesis figure in, you can put on your Genesis, you can put on HD morphs. You have HD body morphs. So I could come in here and, okay, I can go to my Genesis 9 and I can just type in HD, all right? And I have veins. Okay, I got John's veins. I can put them on, and I can put body Daz Day coupon. No, I haven't used it because it said that I had to buy like something to use it, and I just there wasn't really anything I kind of wanted to buy that was over $1, something like that. I thought so. And so this gives us these HD things, give your body just an extra little bit of oomph, okay, to them, and that's so that there's a little bit more extra curvature and all to your figure. We'll use some of our Evars, okay, Ivars. I think it's actually Avar, but I'm not sure how to pronounce that name, but I think it's Avar. I mean, even though it's got an I at the beginning, I think it's Avar, but I'm not sure. It might be Ivar. All right, so then you go and you find a skin for your figure, okay? And see, this is why I keep my skins here all in this area because I can just go through and I can say, well, what about Rupert's skin? And I'll try this on him. See, I put all of my skins in these folders, and so you assemble him from Morphs, and then you decide what you want for skins, okay? Let's look at him in iRay. And, okay, now see my camera right now, I need to put a spotlight in the scene because my camera is like blowing the hell out of his skin, okay? And now you see how nice it looks once the camera light's off. Then you get an idea of really what he's going to look like. And this is what I'm saying. This is your Genesis 9 skin, okay? It's just so you don't ever think about using Genesis 8 skin, okay? This is, okay, I have to select him. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize that's so loud. I'm not sure. I have to go in, I guess. And now we have another update to Windows. We just had one last night. Okay, so we're going to go here to Open Volume Mixer and turn down the system settings a little bit. Oh, that's still up there. All right, that's a little better. Okay, so I have all of my Genesis 9 skins here. So this is Genesis 9 masculine. This is Ivar's skin, or Ivar. Ivar. You see, this is just much nicer skin. So that you just, the thing is you just gotta buy your Genesis 9 characters to get the skin, okay? But look at the skin, okay? There's just no comparison to this from your other figures. And, you know, it's just almost like every one of them has just this beautiful Nathan, okay? Here's Nathan's skin. All right, so you create the face you want. Then you put the skin on. You always start out with your Genesis 9 figure, okay? Now look at this skin. See, this is just really amazing, okay? So this is what we have here for Genesis 9 is that now you can, so I created this face from scratch. Okay, this face has never been. People aren't going to look at this and say, oh, that's, you know, so-and-so, or that's this character, or that's that character. Your characters will always be your own. And then you'll get to know them, and then all of a sudden you start thinking to yourself, maybe this character is part of his own story. Genesis 9 figure, okay, with Genesis 8 and 8.1 morphs, okay? This head was made mostly from Genesis 8 and 8.1. I added a little percentage of a couple of Genesis 9, but this was all mostly Genesis 8 morphs. And look at this figure, okay? So this is what I'm saying is you start out with your, and this is how you do it. You don't put like Ivar in, or you don't put in a Genesis 9 figure and then start changing. You put in the Genesis. I know it sounds crazy. It sounds terrible. It's just a terrible idea, but this is how you do it. Okay, so I'm going to save this scene and I'm going to do it again, just so you know. Okay, so we're going to go new. Okay, new scene, create. I'm going to start a scene from scratch. This is what you do, okay? You all have this, okay? You have this. It comes with your, okay, I think I'm still waiting for this to come up, to finish loading, okay? The new scene. Okay, so I got to wait until the new scene comes. I may have just crashed it. I think I did. It's because I was if you try to open these boxes while Daz is doing something like very important, it can crash. And my computer wants me to restart it. So let's go back over this. It's a change of the way you create a scene. Every time I was creating a scene, I was always putting in some character. It's like I'd say, well, what character do I want to use? Do I want to use, you know, like Nathan or Roy or Callan or Casper or Michael 8 and I would always pick, you know, somebody's character and put that in the scene. Now I never, ever, ever, ever do it that way. Okay? Now, okay, that was quick. All right, I'm back to my desktop, and I will give this a okay, that didn't work. All right, okay, so that's Open Drive. Okay, let's let a little bit of this stuff load up first. Okay, and it appears we're all okay, ready here. Okay, now I'm going to open Daz, and we're back here to this. So now I never ever do it that way. I don't take I still buy figures, okay, because I want the head morphs. I want the skin, especially the new skins, especially the Daz original new skins. So I'll take as many figures because I am only using Genesis 9 skins, okay? That's it. No, don't worry about converting your skins, okay? Don't worry about converting your eyes. If you want to use a figure that has like specific tattoos or something that goes with it, then just use the Genesis 8 figure and use that and put the clothes on. Welcome, Serenity's Gate. Welcome. So today we're going over this new process that I have started, and this is how I create a character in a scene. I don't do it the way I used to do it all the time. I used to go in here and click on the smart content and go into my figures, and then I would click, I'd find like a ready-made figure, and I'd put it in the scene, and then I might change it a little bit. Like I'd say, oh, I'm going to use Dalton, or I'm going to use this figure or that figure. No more. I never, ever, ever do that anymore, okay? This is the only way I make a figure, is I come in here and I grab this Genesis 9. This is how I start a scene, okay? Is always with the Genesis 9 figure. And so this is going to be my figure, all right? And so it's a new way of doing this, and I think you'll thank me in the end, okay, once you realize the brilliance behind this, okay? But I come in here, I zoom in, usually on the face, okay? I go out of iRay, okay? And I come in here, and I have all of my Genesis 8 figures and 8.1 figures and most of my Genesis 3 figures. So I go into parameters, and I have them all here. These are all my Genesis 8 figures. And so as long as I use about 10 of these, like at about 10% each, we'll use some Jock, okay? And let's see, somebody that I haven't used yet, we'll use some Jazz, okay? And about 10%, 6, let's go 6, okay, of Jock, okay? And we'll use some, let's see, we'll use the Achilles body again, but we'll use a little bit of some other body too. So let's see, now we're going to go and use a little, let's use some Lewis. I don't even remember what he looks like. He might be older, a guy. We'll use some Lewis. Okay, Mikhail. All right, we'll use some Mikhail. See? And then this is how you do it. This is you. Okay, you put your figure in, and then you go through your Genesis like 8 figures, and because I have so much more of them. And Trayvon, let's use a little bit of Trayvon, and you just until you get up to 100%, which you use about 10%. I usually use about 10 figures to create a figure. All right, and there's some Harold. Okay, let's use some Harold or Harold. All right, a little bit of Harold. You know, just. You don't even really have to, you just use 10% of them and you've got something new, okay? And Callum, we use some of Callum. He's from Genesis 8:1. And we'll use a little bit of Buster. And we'll use some, there's a figure I can't seem to find, some Asher. And this is the way I do it right here. Callum. There's another one. There's a figure that I've been looking for here. Ethan. Conrad. Well, let's give him some Conrad, okay? All right. And there's about 10 people here, okay? So you don't look like that much right there, but that's the new figure. And now what I'm going to do is go into here and save this. So we go into shape in Genesis 9, and I have my Genesis 9 figure. Okay, actually I want to put more body because I only gave half of the body. So only half of the body has been put into the figure So I have to try another. We'll go with half of Taurus, a little bit of Taurus. And a little bit of Farron. I think Farron, yeah, he's Genesis 8. And let's see a little bit. You shouldn't do too many bodies. You only do a couple because the bodies can kind of mess up. A little bit of Hans. All right. Oh, that's the body. Yeah. All right. And what I do is I'll put them in a pose first. So I'll come over here to my poses and put him in a pose where he bends. Just to make sure the legs don't do something weird, okay? All right, and that's fine. You see the legs don't look like they kind of turned into noodles or something, okay? As long as the legs look fine, okay, then it's okay. And now all we're doing is changing the shape. We're not saving the pose, we're saving the shape, okay? So we go into the content library, and now I'm going to go into shaping preset. Oh, we have to select him first. Now we go into save, shaping preset, and I have my own folder with all of my characters now, and I'm going to call him Gareth. I always give him a really weird name. I don't think I do have a Gareth. How about Halen, okay? I don't have one of those, all right? And we'll save that. All right, that is Halen. So then I select Halen and I add him to my shape thing so I can just click on it and instantly I have Halen. All right, see how this works? So now I go here and assign action and we select Halen and he's there. Now anytime that I pick, I just come here, I delete this Genesis 9 figure, okay? And I come in, throw the Genesis 9 figure in, okay? This is so fast, by the way, okay? This is so very fast. And you, all of a sudden, you start accruing characters after characters after characters, all based on your Genesis 8 and 8.1 figures, okay? And 9 if you want to add a little bit of them. Halen, boom. It takes only a second to throw this shape on, and there is Halen. Okay? And then the first thing you do when you get Halen done, don't forget this is the first thing, is you adjust the eyes, okay? Because they're never right, okay? Never, ever, ever, ever right. So you always go up to like 120. That's what I do. I just go up to 120, do this shape. I scale it to 120. Both of them, you click on each one, and then you just, usually you have to pull it out like this. I don't know why it's that way, but you pull it out that way, and you take this one, and you pull that out that way. All right, and then you select both your Genesis 9 eyes, okay? And you come into the parameters, and this is a product you have to own, IRIS. You have to buy it. It's called Naturalize IRIS. No, okay. It's called VinMe. You have to buy it because it's the only thing that will adjust iris size for Genesis 9. And there's VinMe Genesis 9 Morphs. Okay. And this is it. It's 39 bucks, but you got to get it when it's on sale. And as you can see, that when you get down here, it says there's eyes. C, eyes, E, A, B, C, legs, eyes. And in this eyes part, okay, your eyelid, you got a million things, but one of them is iris size, okay? Lacrimal, all of this, okay? One of them is this. And so you just type iris size and go zoop. Okay, and you bring it all the way down. You can turn the limits off and make them even smaller if you need to, but that's usually enough. So you resize them, and then you make them smaller, and that fixes the eyes, okay? But then, then you go through and you take all of your Genesis 9 skin, and you put it into, you know, a folder like this, or you can put them down into your custom actions, all right? But you take your skin, and we'll just go with Arno's skin here. But you can just put any Genesis 9 skin. You can put female skin on as long as you match that up with the nipple, male nipple attachment for the skin, for the textures. But boom, okay? Then we have this is, and the reason why it looks so terrible is because my camera spotlight's on. But I take that and add a spotlight into the scene, and look at what we have. Okay? This is your figure. Look, that's so beautiful. I could cry. It's just so beautiful. Okay? And it's very unique. It's very unique. Okay, now the lips don't look like they're tracking quite right, but we just try a different skin, okay, until we find one. Let's see, Dane, young adult. Okay, I don't have him selected. You just find, sometimes skins, that's very, very, very rare, but sometimes skins just don't align right. It doesn't look terrible. It just doesn't look like it's quite aligning right with his lip. That's the first time I've seen some of that kind of happen. See, but this one's perfect, okay? And look at that skin. You see, this is just, so now this obviously, okay, this is the first thing that hits me is that let's just try a different skin because I don't want to have to get rid of these. I know how to get rid of those, but let's try Kurt's skin. Okay, Kurt's skin is a little better, I think. All right, so the eyebrows are bothering me terribly. So you just come down here and delete the eyebrows, and you come over here and you make sure you bring in your eyebrow you have all your eyebrows here. And probably this one. No, that's not bad, but Z, Control Z. Let's try maybe this one. No, it's Control Z. It's kind of hard doing this when they don't even have hair on their head yet. Z. You just come through. You have all of these eyebrows that come with the starter essentials. Some of them are for females, some of them for males. Z, those aren't too bad. These ones maybe. Okay, we'll go with them for now. All right. And then we come down to a beard. Okay, we'll just give him a little bit of a goatee. It's just so quick to throw this stuff in here like that. Come on, snap on. All right, there we go. And then we give him some hair. We'll go with this hair. But we'll take his, come on, snap on. We got to, Z, that's not working. We'll go with this hair. But we got to change the color and turn it on. Iris, Danny hair. Okay, we have to select the actual hair. Come here and turn on the previews, hairs. And okay, the skin isn't doing too well with me right now, but let's see. Now we go to materials. Okay, it's a little bit too light for the, but okay, that's kind of our fake character. But let's try a different skin. Let's go with Bogner's skin. Something a little darker. Well, that's a little darker. Come on. Oh, darn. I put the skin. What did I do? Okay, so this, it doesn't matter if I kind of, well, if it, I did fix the eyes and all. What's going on here? All right, let's just try a different skin. I think I did something really bad here. I put the skin on his hair, okay? You're not supposed to do that. Let's try Nathan's skin on him. See if it fixes this problem. Right? Did this fix it? I think I corrupted it putting the skin on his hair. Okay, I did. So think we can get out of here. Control. All right. I think we might be able to get back in. There's Nathan's skin. Control 0. Come back, Daz. All right. Control these. All right. What we got to do. It looks pretty good. Let's see. H. Save as. Halen. Okay. Let's go out of here. I corrupted something really bad. Putting skin on hair. Okay, let's bring this back. Wait a moment. For 3, 2, 1. We come back. Okay, so this is the process. You always start out with your genesis, your non-gender, your gender neutral character. Put them in the scene. And as long as you give them like 10 each, like 10%, like if at 10 of 10%, that would be 100% of 10 different heads, okay? And I usually like to at least go 10 or more. But if you go more, then you'd go less. Then you'd go like 8% if you do 12 or, you know, heads. Just make sure you always hit about around 100%. But then you have your own figure. Okay, let's see. Come on. All right. So here we go. Okay, file, new, Halen. Come on. Come on, Halen. Control L. Okay. And now let's see if iRay works. It should. There it is. Okay. So we have Nathan's skin on him. He looks a little bit kind of ruddy. It's not probably my favorite character that I've made. He's just kind of a little bit odd looking. But that's him. Okay. So, all right. We'll now I'll show you some of the other characters. This that I've made. This is Flawless. I can always put his shape back on. All right, but if I do, okay. This is really odd. I'm wondering if it added those instead parameters currently used. Okay. All right, we turn off all these. Because that's yeah, I think it added them on top of it. Okay, so I'm not sure. I haven't really. Okay, so we go back to my shapes here. Flawless. Okay, so that's Flawless, and then Vincent. Okay, see, these are all different characters that I've used pieces of. Valar. He's made up, I think, of black guys, but. Okay, but he's got white skin now. And so these characters, as you can see, they're quite different. Terrand. And they're So you just use your favorite characters and put them together, and you know, that's what you do. But you start out, okay, you start out with, this is the one I used for Michael, and even though they kind of look a little bizarre, they're really not, because it's just, he's got this incredibly, you know, the shape of his face, and his eyes are very strange, that they're sunken in, like they're like Michael's, or they're not sunken, they're like big gigantic like bulbs on his face, and you have to bring his eyes to the right. They're the right size, okay, but they have to be pulled out like and messed with until they're right. Because his eyes kind of shape around his face in a really weird way. Okay, but but once you get the eyes right, then all of a sudden you say, ah, I see it. There's a kind of look to it. Okay, and but let's go back to Halen. Okay, and all of these are going to kind of look different with the, you know, with the wrong eyebrows and no facial hair, and just so you have to kind of mess with them all. So all right, you bring them in. You know, the thing is you just don't want to use somebody else's figure. They're just going to say, oh, they used so-and-so. They used Michael, or they used... And, you know, if you ever go, like, to the Renderosity, you know, website, and you just see all they do is take the regular Daz figures, and it's like, okay, there's Michael, and they don't do anything to, like, disguise the figures to make them look a little bit like unique. So this is what you've got to do, is you've got to make your figures unique. Okay, I think this eye has got to come over. You've got to make them unique. All right, I haven't quite got this right yet. You have to look in on both sides. I think this one's got to come out. Okay. All right. I think that's good. All right, so now we find hair. We go with just no idea what to use here, but let's try some stuff, you know, just let's go with, how about this warrior hair? It's going to be for Genesis 8. You can just see automatically how amazing the skin is on this figure. That you're just gonna always have. You're gonna have the right thing when you start your base out with your Genesis 9 figure. This all goes together in pieces. The hair tie. 8. Hair tie, ponytail. Okay. All these are in pieces. Hopefully this works. More of the ponytail. The skull cap. Nothing seems to be fitting yet. This might not work. I have a ton of hair that I haven't put in here yet. And Genesis 8 male accepts full skull cap, warrior hair. Okay, maybe that's why that hasn't gone down. It looks like the ponytail's in place. Oh, that came with a mustache. Genesis 8 male. All right. So let's come up here. Now you see I found that you can like kind of do this, and if you squish you don't have to have them all laid out. You can just click on this little box and get to your different HDRs. And this is okay. All right, let's give him some. I've done it again. Clicked on something when nothing was selected. Okay, we'll go Z and the Maverick beard. And let's try a different skin. Let's go with Michael's skin. Michael 9. It's a little darker. Okay, this hair it's just the shine. It's going to take me forever to fix this hair. So I just don't want to deal with it right now with all these different parts. The bangs, the frizz. So we're just going to try a different hair. Where's the top part? Frizz hair. And the Maverick. Where's the rest? It's like I'm almost... Okay, warrior hair. Okay, let's go back to hair. I don't have like hardly any of my hair here. Okay, I have to select him before I can put the hair on. What about that? Some long hair. Genesis 8. Okay, this kind of works, but the hair color is... It's a deckhand hair. So I mean, at this point, you're always going to be left with things that you have to kind of. But let's put him in a pose. All right, once again, it's so easy to get to just give him a pose that now it's like you have to make sure. Okay, let's give him some pants. For now, jeans. I like to, let's see, environment options, have the ground. Manual. I'm going to draw a ground would be then we can go Y. Okay, and let's find our spotlight. Okay, and find our Genesis 9 figure. Spotlight. Okay, and now go to our perspective. Let's create a camera. Okay, let's lock the camera. And take our spotlight, give it a little bit of light. 4 maybe. Bring this temperature down. That's too much light. 2. And let's set some render settings. And here we go. Thank you for checking in, people, and thank you for the likes. So we got a little bit of something going on here. It looks like his feet aren't quite connecting with the ground, so we got to bring the ground up a little. Would you like to cancel this? Yes. Is he the right size for things? Is he like a giant or something? It could be, you know. These are really tricky environments. Y translate. This would be the ground. Ground origin. We got to bring it up a little. Let's see what that looks like. He looks like he's standing on the ground. Let's try a different pose. It's not bad. Let's see. Okay, the spotlight is just a little too warm. maybe it's just too much. And let's try a different pose. And we go to poses here. All right, I think that one's a little better. Well, we just totally lost our ground setup. What we have to do is rotate him. Back to the camera. Spotlight. Six. Okay. And we bring this down a little more. Okay, he's not looking at us. What's happening with his eyes? Okay, he's looking to the side. Something's given him, changed his eyes. It's a Genesis 9 pose, probably it changed his eyes. So we've got to spin him. Let's see. Now, I think he's too big for the scene. I think I've got to do something with the perspective to make him bigger, smaller. And I think it's by like either zooming out or in. We got to take the camera because like he wouldn't fit through this door here. And it's not that far away. So we have to get him the right perspective, and this fence looks like awful small. Unlock the camera. Okay, so it's when we make him further away like this. That's when he kind of fits the world. Now there's the infinite and the finite HDR domes, sky domes. It has to do with how you zoom in and how the dome reacts to how you zoom in. I haven't really learned that subtle difference yet, And once I do, it's going to become a very, very powerful. You can Google it, or you can just even ask your AI on Windows and say, what's the difference between the infinite and the finite dome and all. And it has a lot to do with how what I just did, how he got smaller, but the world kind of stayed the same, versus when you use the finite. And you can't always put an HDRI on a finite dome. So let's go here with this. Let's render it bigger, so we can could even crop in on the image. Okay, so his eyes are too big, so we just got to take and make him blink a little bit, so they don't look like he's kind of staring. So I always have to do blink. Okay, so just bring him in a little bit like that. Okay, now we go here. There. They're a little better, but he's not looking at us now. And his feet are under the, but you see, rendering this large like this kind of gave us what we wanted. All right, so so we have like a detailed kind of scene now. And I rarely use an HDRI like this for my scene, but let's just play around with it a little longer here. And so we go to the ground height. Where is it? Ground Y. And I think if I go here and zoom in, it's not going to show me it right. See, because it just kind of changes, but maybe it will actually. Yeah, so we go with the ground Y. Okay, I think that's good. Go back to the camera view. Save this as Halen. And I think we got to turn him so he's more toward looking at the camera. So we'll rotate him around like this. There we go. Now we got him looking at us. We're going to give him some boots. See, this works, okay? So what I'm saying is you really want to take and start out with your Genesis 9 non-binary, non-gender specific figure. Start with that, because the thing is that what, you know, if you want to change and make it into your own figure, then if you put in another figure, you've got to dial back all their stuff until they get to that state anyway, to then add different things. So or just add a little of this or a little of that, and you might as well just start out with the non-gender specific figure, and then and just add until it's 100% for the head and 100% for the body. And like I said, you can just go wild with the head, but the body, you can only want to use a couple, 2 or 3 different bodies, okay? And then you want to put it in a pose to make sure it works before you save it, okay? So that when you fold, when the legs bend, that they don't turn into like noodles. And I've only had that happen a couple of times, but I don't know. It's because if I tried to use like a Genesis 3 body that was converted or something, because I converted all my Genesis 3 in here as well. So we're going to go into Smart Content, go Files, Boots. All right, Default. And these ought to work. These Vanguard Commander Vanguard boots, they should go outside of his. We have to figure this out now. Okay, camera. Oh, camera. Lock camera. I feel like Scotty in Star Trek. Oh, computer. Computer. It's like expecting it to talk back to him. Lock the camera. All right, so how do we do this? What we could do is just go into this. This is either going to work or be a complete disaster. Where's the genes? Worker genes. Okay, so we go to tool settings, geometry editor. Either that or I could just push it in, but I'm lazy. So I could just kind of go in here like this and like this, like that. And geometry selection, geometry editing. It worked. And did I go too far? No. And we just got to push in a little bit here and there. I could try to take some more off, but I'm just not going to tempt fate. Moto. Where's Moto? Hello, Moto. Moto. I didn't see Moto. We push that in a little bit there. Push this in a little bit here. Okay, now I have my Scottish accent. All I had to do was mention Scotty. Okay, I think I pulled it out instead of in. Z. Yes, we pull it in like that. Pull this one in like this. Okay. Camera. All right, save this. And let's give him a tank top. All right, let's go with rag shirt and see what it looks like. All right, that works. All right. Okay, we've got a rag shirt. Mesh grabber. I think that's just a hole. It's not like where it's poking through. It's actually a hole, but we got a problem here. Okay, this has got to go up to 12. Okay, you got to click a different spot, then go 12. 15. Okay. Yeah, that worked. Okay, these rags, I'd like to give them a little bit of sub D. Because they look a little bit choppy. All right. So, okay, we got a little bit of spot there. Where is it? Rags. Right there where the belt loop's coming through. Okay. I think these were Sickle Heels rags. Also, I'm gonna buy them. I just can't buy them now. All right, so, and create. All right, so we go to create. No, edit object geometry sub D. There we go. And now when we go, it didn't have sub D on it, but we're going to just smoothen it out a little bit more. So we go up here to parameters, sub D, and let's go with 2. Well, it doesn't look like it did anything, but are these rags? Where are they? Rags. Explore product. dForce rags. They are. So let's take the pants off. Okay, we got to go out of here. And we got to take off the pants, unfortunately. So what we'll do is we'll drop him down a little bit here. We won't be able to see what's happening, but we'll turn off the jeans. Okay, the hair might be sub D also, but we'll turn off the beard so that doesn't mess up. And the eyebrows so it doesn't mess with the hair. And the jeans are off. The rag shirt, the commander boots they can stay on. Okay, because the rags won't, okay, interfere with that. Okay, so I'm just going to simulate in place. Oh, shoot. I already moved him. I wonder if that's like poke through or if it's a hole. I'm gonna have to examine that. Because why isn't it like frayed around the edges? And you'd think sub D, we have it so high that it would just push it would have smoothing and all would have pushed it out. So it's a hole in the shirt. He's kind of nice in a kind of Sasquatch kind of way. Okay, I might have had to turn his arms off, because if his arms interfere with that shirt too much, it's gonna blow up. Maybe not. Okay, now the shirt's, as long as there's enough space in between there. Okay, it worked. Okay, so we can now put the beard back on, the eyebrows back on, and the jeans, and see what happened with this. Probably not going to be, yeah, we're going to have to do our sub D again, but that's all right. I mean, okay, we're going to have to pull the shirt back out, but at least it'll have the right kind of hang, and we'll find out about that. So we go into tool settings. we go to mesh grabber. We need the shirt. Z. Here's where we find out if this is a hole or not. No, it's a hole. See, when I pull it out, it doesn't fix. Okay, Z, so we're just going to leave that. Pull this out. Okay, that's a hole. I don't think, because his hands aren't going through that. All right, we got to pull this out like this. Like this. I cannot wait until this new mesh grabber comes out. I use the old one like every single scene I make. I use mesh grabber a lot. I wouldn't be able to make scenes without mesh grabber. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go to our camera. Let's double check on his boots and make sure that that didn't mess up somehow. We had his pants turned off. His pants might be you can't, I don't think you can chop parts of the pants off like that and run a simulation on them then after. Now, if you ever do this and you see where I cut that a little too much, just pull it down in. Yep. Go back to the camera view. And we save this. He seems awful far away because I think what I wanted to do was like zoom the camera in after. So if I render this like really large, then I can just kind of zoom in as much. It's like a kind of like a digital zoom, but it's if you render it really large, everything has a really high resolution. So we're going to go at 2000 and let's render this. I hope I didn't delete my environment. No, it's there. Okay. Look at that. So I wonder if we can find some dirt for him. Like make him dirty. Like he's been working. I haven't worked with that, but it's just a bodysuit, you know, a wham bam and it's done. Okay, let's try products dirt. And we'll select him. And default and see. Okay, here we go. Dirt effects. Dirt decals. Let's try this one for Genesis 9. Shell. Dirt layer. Dirt layer 9. 3. Dirt layer. Genesis 9 dirt. Okay. It's just maybe it's only double click and it's done. Let's see. It should take a moment for it to put this bodysuit on. Or is it done? Okay, we are in. Let's go to iRay and see if it takes us into iRay. It did something. Okay, are you dirty? Let's see. Okay, I think I'm still in Mesh Grabber. So I have sat for like an hour wondering why the hair didn't, look, he is dirty. Wondering why the hair didn't work. Okay, he's got a different kind of, like, it looks like he's got paint all over him. I don't like that effect. So yeah, I've spent like an hour wondering why the hair wasn't working. It's like and then I get in the gallery and I get a post half like written out. It's like, why won't this hair work, and all this stuff, and what's wrong with it, and they've gotta fix it. And then I realize, oh, I had mesh grabber on. Okay, I'm gonna take the dirt off. Let's try this dirt. Okay, and what we're going to do is turn off mesh grabber. Okay, and do a quick render and see if he's got shiny dirt. I don't want shiny dirt. It looked like he had paint. Okay, this is the right kind of dirt. Got a little something up there, but that's okay. There. He's been working. Okay, I think this scene is kind of done, I don't know that this scene would take fog, but let's try just put a VDB in and see what happens if something really weird happens by putting a VDB in. Okay, would you like to cancel this render? Yes. Let's just put a little bit of atmosphere in here and see if it just completely messes up the whole perspective. Okay, VDB. Turn that off. And let's go with this one. Props. It's kind of working. Oops, see? Let's take this one in. And down. And we'll take the fog down a little bit. What color do we want the fog? I would say kind of like a yellow or an orange. So we go here. Surfaces here. Yellowish orange. We bring it down to like 5, 2. Kind of works. Yeah, it's like this order of things. I want to show you a few other things. I've got a ton of really awesome stuff to show you. Don't think we're even close. We're going to we're going to look at eyes. Oh, I just love that look right there. It's very realistic. This is why we work with Genesis 9, people. You may not have thought he was going to pull this off, but it pulled off. It did. It worked. And this is why we work with Genesis 9. So, okay, I think we've got it. I think this is, now there's one other thing we could do that's kind of interesting. We could take this VDB here, and we could go into parameters, and we could just tint it a little bit. It's kind of a little bit white. If we just kind of give it a tiny bit of like yellowish orange tint, see what happens. See that? Just a little bit of a sepia feel to it. There we go. See? This is really nice. Now the side of the house is, there's nothing I can do about that. I could rotate the building a little bit. It looks like it's, or I could take it out in Photoshop, okay, afterwards. See, so we're zoomed in like on this. There's going to be a lot more to this image than this, but this is really good. This came out well. So all right, we're going to cancel this render. I got more to show you. So we're going to call this Halen on the farm. All right, save. Okay, my chair is squeaking, so we're going to try to cut down on that. All right, we're going to go File, New. No, not that. I want to show you stuff about eyes. Would you like to, about Genesis 9 eyes? Would you like to save changes? No, we just did. Okay, we bring in, again, always, you're gonna see this. If you stick around this channel, you're gonna see this is how you build a scene. You start with, you don't need the dev load, okay? You don't need to start without eyes and teeth, okay? You bring in your, and you know, if you're having trouble with a scene and you need just a little bit more RAM, and every time you go to render it, you get a black screen because there's too much stuff in your scene, delete the Genesis 9 teeth if they're not smiling, you know, if they're not actually showing their teeth. Just delete the teeth, okay? That does take up quite a bit. The Genesis 9 teeth are pretty snazzy, okay? So I'm just going to throw one of my shapes on, so we're not working with the gender, non-gender specific. So we'll go with Mastodon. We'll try that. Any of them will kind of work. And we'll put also a skin. We'll do Ivar's skin or whatever, just so that there's skin on the figure. Okay, and I'm gonna have to fix the eyes real quick because we're gonna go into eyes, okay, and we're gonna play around with Genesis 9 eyes and how they work. Okay, it's not something that I've done before in a scene, so it's just kind of really kind of lay out how the Genesis 9 eyes. Let's put some pants on him. Okay, and let's go here. Let's take a look at his eyes. Okay, these eyebrows have got to go. Can't deal with them. All right, those are the non-gender specific ones. Okay, let's get some eyebrows. Where are my brows? Here. Okay, I always do this. I delete the eyebrows and then I don't select the figure. Okay, let's go with, let's try these. Nope. Z. No. All right. We got blink still there. Okay, let's go Control Z. Eyebrows. How about those? Well, they're kind of okay, but no. How about these? Nope. That's the thing about eyebrows. You just got to get the right ones for your figure to fit their face. Now, if he was really sinister magician or something, those would be perfect. It's like perfect, you know. You'd be surprised. These eyebrows, they look so weird, and then all of a sudden, those are like the perfect ones that you need for your figure, and then and that's the way it is. Those were kind of cute, but all right, there it is. They're okay. All right, so just wanted to have cut something different on the eyebrows. Now, since I'm using my figure again, I have the eye problem. Okay, so we select the eye, scale it 120. Usually always works. And this one, sometimes you can go less, 120, but 120 will definitely fill the eye socket. And you pull this out a little bit. Pull this in a little bit. Okay, and over. And let's double check and look. Look at this Genesis 9 skin. Our camera, remember we have our, we have to put a spotlight in here. And then our camera turns off, okay? But I think I'm going to delete the spotlight because we want to work on eyes, okay? And so it's kind of like, this is kind of like a mirror cam or something. That looks terrible, but this is fine here. So this is eyes, okay? I think this is my eyes thing. Yep. All right. The thing about Genesis 9 eyes is sometimes you get the whole eye, but usually like the best kind of eyes, and not, I can't say the best because like with Nathan's eyes, okay? Oops, let's select Genesis 9 and then we can do it here. Nathan's eyes are kind of like the best eyes, but they come like as a package. They're like, but Genesis 9 eyes, it takes a while for them to come through. Genesis 9 eyes are made up of like, look at these eyes. See, but Genesis 9 eyes are made up of, okay, these are not out far enough, I don't think. I don't know if they're out far enough yet, but I'm just not taking the time I normally take to like get the eyes right. But because we're just going to mess with colors and all. But the way the Genesis 9 is, you have two parts, which makes it simple. You have actually 4 parts. You have like this tier thing that goes around the edge. And then I think you have like a glossy like wet layer that goes over top, the watery part. But then, and those just usually stay the same because the glass part is usually like always the same. And then the tier part is the same too, for the most part. Unless you want to have like that blood tears or something kind of really weird. But the eyes are pretty much the same. And so, but what you have is you have in the Genesis 9 Essentials, you can see they give you just irises. And so you can just change the iris. Oh gosh, I've got to select this figure, darn figure. Okay. And it just changes the iris. It doesn't change the white part. You have the iris part and the white part, and they give you like a whole bunch of irises and a whole bunch. Okay, we select the Genesis 9 figure. Okay, and so we come in here. These are, okay, those are my poses. These are eyes, I think, my eyes. Okay, it just, boom. You just come in here and you grab the iris. I think I already did that one. And you have just a bunch of them. And some of them, like if they take a long time, then it's switching the iris and the white part, okay? I think those ones switch the iris and the white part. But if it does, it's no big deal. Then you just come in and see. So this one I think is going to change. No, when it's really quick like that, usually it's just the iris. But it makes it so kind of simple because you've got all these irises. And you just come in here and change them. That might have been so quick. I didn't. Oh no, it wasn't. All right. And the ones that come with the Genesis 9 and also in this Genesis 9 Starter Essentials are amazing. So they're just. That's why I say it's nothing like Genesis 8, where the eyes look so fake and all. Why aren't you coming in though? Sometimes things just don't work right. And I did, okay, well, he's one of my figures, so I'm not losing a figure. It's just the time it took to fix the eyes, but it's not doing anything. But what if I go into, I think it locked up. They're you know, I'm not going to hide the fact that these little boxes, sometimes they kind of, I don't know that there's an overhead, but there's just something about the way that they trade between Daz taking control and them taking control and Daz, and you go back and forth and the script opens and closes. It's not smooth. Every once in a while it locks up. Now there's I've got a ton of stuff I want to show you all, but okay, we're not there yet, okay, because the sclera part, okay, it's locked up. So we'll go Control Alternate Delete, go to the Task Manager, Daz Application, and Task. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just load a figure that already has the eyes and all that stuff done, so we don't have to put in, even though it's like important for me to kind of show you that you start with the gender. That's how you create your figure in the scene, okay? Don't like pick one already used. All right, now we'll go see if I can find a figure that I've already like used in a scene. Okay, this is okay, we'll this one might be a good one here. We'll do the Sky Angel because it's just an HDRI behind him and these wings, and I'll take the wings off out so that it's just him, so that we can kind of work with his eyes. This is just a Genesis 9 figure that I changed his face into and added morphs together, and then I put an HDRI behind him and I put wings on him and put him in a pose. And I know I'm kind of minimizing the work it went into this, but okay, so we'll call this file Save As Scene Sky. We'll call it Sky Angel Test. Okay, so we can kind of do something with this. All right, now we'll get rid of the wings, and we're gonna take and we'll go to our perspective mode. We'll save it again with the wings gone, and now let's do some stuff with his eyes. And I'm quite sure I fixed his eyes. So, all right, let's see what we have here. 0, let's go to iRay. And, okay, Control L, we can turn the light on. All right, let's, okay. And what I want to do is take the spotlight off, and that just brought his eyes out more. I know it kind of made him look like a deer in headlights, but we're working with eyes, okay? So, all right. So now here are the sclera part. See these? These are the sclera, and what's really nice is because his sclera is kind of terrible. It's not really dark enough. So let's select Genesis 9. And see how that darkened it? So it's just so easy to just come in. These come with the Genesis 9 starter essentials, and so you have really dark ones. And I wasn't able to put them all in here, but you see how that's dark? If you just, how many times did you get Genesis 8 eyes and they were just the scleras were terrible? And you just come in and they come with this, so you have everything from really dark to kind of lighter ones. And even the lighter ones have some kind of character to them. It's just not white, and that's what's really nice. Well, those ones are kind of just white, but is that you can get, the medium ones are pretty good. So, and even the white ones aren't that bad, compared to some of the Genesis 8 ones that were just terrible. So, all right, and then you come in here and you have all of these different, when it says Marius eyes, I think you're gonna, now you see when it says matte, that means I think just the sclera, just the iris. It just takes a moment, and it should just change the iris. I think that's, yeah, because it still has that same kind of medium sclera. So sometimes, and they don't always do that, but when it says matte, now these are, look at these. This is just changing the iris. And so you can just create a folder with scleras and irises, and then these folders here, and just go through them and change them to whatever you want for these. And we're just changing the iris right now, and the sclera is staying the same. So this is really what's cool about the Genesis 9 eyes, is that they're kind of simple. This is the Wukong eyes. I think this is going to change the sclera and the iris. Yeah, it did. And these are definitely the monkey eyes, which are beautiful. They really are. And KC eyes, these are probably, yeah, that changed the whole thing. So, but you just kind of think about it as being two parts, okay? Harrow eyes, it's either going to change, and so I would say that the white is just way too white on that. So you just go in and change the sclera, and it changes the but it keeps the iris that you like. And so there are just all of these different, and you just take them all out of your Genesis figures and you put them all together here. And Cillian emerald eyes. Okay, and there again you just change and you can also go in and change the surfaces. On Genesis 9 eyes. Left, right, moisture, left, right, left eye, right eye. Or you can just select the whole thing. But it would also be going here and selecting the eyes also. I don't know that you can, if you can select the eyes here, no. So I don't know why that you can't do, yeah, you can do them both together somewhere in here. Okay, so you could theoretically come in here and just give them, like, make them red. Okay, Z. And how you would work with just the iris, I'm not sure exactly. These are things that I haven't really experimented that much with. But just know that you can just come in here and put a bunch of eyes, and you're either going to have like these, which are going to be just the iris, just changing the iris. And it won't change the sclera. Or you're going to have things that change the sclera, but it won't change the iris, like these, okay? And then you'll have things that change both, like these eyes. And I would say that probably the very best eyes that I've ever seen on a figure in Thomas's are really, really nice, but it's and they only comes with blue, which is kind of weird. But that would be Nathan's eyes. Nathan's are the most, and I don't know why Nathan didn't come with brown eyes. But he only came with one color of eyes, but they are by far the best eyes. You can put them just about on any figure, and they are just like, wow. Okay, so these eyes will always work with your figure. And that's the thing. It's just that's the thing, is that which you can always come in and say, well, I'd like the sclera to be a little darker, and so you come in here to this, and you just pick a darker sclera. But remember, we have our camera like blasting in his face right now. So and that was a little bit darker. We can even go with a really dark one. And it's only going to change the sclera. It's not going to change the eye itself. And it's pretty much like, oh, see how it just changed the outer part? And you have all these all come with the starter essentials, these scleras. They're not from a character. They're all that part of this. It's an add-on that you have to purchase, but you get all kinds of eye colors, and you get these scleras. And oops, I just clicked one, and that is very cool. So, and I'll show you the parts. You just go to starter essentials, and this would be this one. Okay, it's right now it's $7. It's usually 26. If you don't own this, it's something you have to look at what it comes with. My gosh, look at all these eyebrows. You see, you get all these eye colors, okay? All of these, and the scleras, and you get all those eyebrows. All the like, you'll never need eyebrows. I'll tell you, you will find the eyebrows you need. And I believe this is the one that comes with the sclera. And you get eyelashes also, and a whole bunch of eyelashes. It pretty much gives you everything you need for eyes, eyebrows, and eyelashes, all in this for $7. You will not need like anything for eyes, eyelashes, and eyebrows. It gives you so many different eyebrow, and it gives you eyelash colors, and 54 textures. Is a must-have set to create diverse, lifelike characters with Genesis 9 geometry and anatomical element. Over 100 eyebrow options, half of which are card-based to work better in games. 32 eye colors, 7 eyelash styles, 9 color options, separate controls of the lower and upper lashes. Yeah, it comes with that if you want them. I just use the eyelash that has both together, so it just, but if you want like a long upper eyelash and a short lower eyelash, or a different style lower lash, they all come with separate. It's like 1,000 options in this darn thing. And they're pretty much giving it away for free because you have to have this set with Genesis 9. It really belongs with the set itself. Okay, so enough on eyes. Okay, and now there was another thing. What are these? This is okay, eyelashes, eyebrows. Okay, okay, poses. These are poses, and this right here. Usually it tells me what things are. Okay, VDBs. Okay, so this is VDBs and ghost lights, all in one little box that I just click on, and actually I typed in. I went and found my VDB the old way, but there it is. The VDB that I used in that last scene is right there at the top. But these are ghost lights and VDBs, all just ready right there. And if I need to make now, another thing is I found that like if you crunch these together, you see they, like if I pull this down and put this in here and put these down here and this down here, all of these will just fit without me having to select another thing, because I made it just enough so they would all fit. But if I pull this up in here, I can just kind of drop it in here and then pull this over like this, and I can still access them. And then I can have like a bunch of these, which like I just select that and look, it just drops down a whole bunch of these in here, and I can pull this over, and then that pulls down a bunch, and these are all HDRIs. Like when I pull, look how many is in each one. And so I can just change the sky like that. just like this, where I just select this, and I can select the first one and just go through them and say, let's do the future city. And I have got to turn off, put a light in here, except so my light isn't blasting in his face. So, all right, then we can just go here with, just another one, sunset, or another, grab one. Each one comes up with a whole bunch of the mountain lake. So that's really nice. He's doing his angel thing. Poses right here. Just find a pose. Standing pose. Okay, I just put a pose on the spotlight. I hope it doesn't mind. Poses. Standing. See, so having all of these Genesis is just because, like, I don't have to put the Genesis 9 skins here, okay? I mean, Genesis 8 skins and 8.1 skins, all I need are the Genesis 9 skins, okay? This is it. I just need my Genesis 9 skins. I'm not going to use Genesis 8 or 8.1 skins. I'm only going to use, unless I have like a specialty figure, like a werewolf or something like that. Then I won't even use Genesis 9. I'll just use the Genesis 8 figure, and that's that. But if it's a figure like with skin and eyes and beard and hair, okay, I'm going to start by putting my Genesis 9 non-gender specific figure in, then morph their face to what I want or whatever if I want to use a Genesis 8 figure. And that's the beauty of this, is I can just take and put, this is how quickly I can just put Genesis 9 in, all right? And I can say, okay, I want to use a Genesis 8 figure. I want to use, let's see, Noah, okay? My Genesis 8 figure, Noah. So I just put my Genesis 9 figure in. Where is it? It's not in here yet. I think I put him in the center, yeah. Okay, there. So I put my Genesis 9 figure in. I go to parameters. I go to my figure converter. I've already converted Noah. Okay, so N-O-A. And then I just put Noah's head, Noah's body. Okay, there's Noah. And then all I have to do is put some skin on Noah, which is Genesis 9 skin is superior even to Genesis 8.1 skin. And so I have Noah. And that's the thing, is that there's no need to use Genesis 8 figures anymore. This is Noah, all right? And when you see him here as in Genesis 9, you're going to see him like you've kind of never seen him before. The only thing you have to do is fix the eyes again. You have to fix it every time. Now, there might be some kind of script that just kind of automatically fixes them, but I don't think it's here yet. So, but I don't understand. I don't know how to use it, if it is. So we got yes. So I just change the skin until I find a skin that I like. And then I also have like all of my, these are all of my scripts that I use for different things. I can just go right through them and say, oh, there it is. These are the scripts taken out of all of my, they're just right here. But one of them is a very special one here, because this is the PBR Skin Manager. And if I want his skin a little darker, like this, okay. And now just look how nicely that went dark. And if I want to, like, gloss, if I want to make him all wet, I would bring it up like this. Okay, which one of these? And roughness. I think it's this way. Yeah, we just got him all. And it's this one. Yeah, now he's all wet. See how easy it was to do that with this? Okay, and now if I close this and Control Z, I can undo it. But this is a really great program. This is V3D. It's Ultimate PBR Skin Manager. And it is ultimate, and it works with PBR really nice. Ultimate. For Genesis 9 and also Genesis 8.1. You have two of them, one for iRay. I own them both. So if you're working with Genesis 8 figures, you can just do the same kind of things with the same dials. But you have this ultimate PBR Skin Manager. I don't know that I spent more than $10 for it. But this works with all Genesis 9 skin types. And what's really nice is just to be able to open it and say make his skin a little darker, and it selects the skin, lips, nails, and you can just, if you have to, you could just kind of go a little bit darker here and a little bit on the base color, and there you go. And so this is a really good, and if I can look at his skin and say, his skin is just kind of a little bit, it's not quite shiny enough. So just see how it just brings up the natural shine of his skin a little bit. It's right here, this DLS reflectivity, that's it. And you can just make it shinier, or if it's too shiny, you bring it down, and you can make it just kind of like really pasty if you want, like there's no shine at all there now. But it's usually always, it's just this right here to like perfect the skin kind of. Now I'm sure that if you tweak this and tweak this, you can make the difference between like perspiration versus just kind of shiny skin, that kind of difference between both. But I usually just use this one, and if I want to take the shine out, I bring it this way, and it always works. And if I want to put the shine in, a little bit of shine or gloss into the skin, so it's shiny, kind of see how what it just did there? It works really, really well. So, but it also has your gamma here, and you can select which one of the skin you want to use. Plus, you can change the underlying color, and so you can say, okay, I would say he's a little bit green, so we can bring the green down a little bit there. Okay, well that was a lot, and he's a little bit. We'll take some of the green out here, and maybe he's a little bit red. Kind of makes him a little bit on the bluish side, but that's kind of nice. I'd be a little bit blue if I was outside like this. And we'll put some pants on him just real quick. So, yeah. So now it looks like he's got something weird with his... Now, where did I get him? Okay, it looks like he's got something weird with his chest going on. I don't know if that's the light. But what we can do here is take a look and see if some of the figures don't transfer that well, but let's just take a look, and we'll go into parameters here. Let's just take the body down and try a different body. So we'll go with well, what's Dwayne here? Okay, it looks like there's something, though, up with his body, and that I think he's got to have there's something wrong with the, he's either not in, he's in high resolution. We just bring the sub D up and to level 3. You shouldn't have to bring it up that high, but it's the light, the way the light is kind of coming at an angle. I think that would happen with any figure. It's the shadow, but if you bring that smoothen his skin a little bit, it puts a little more geometry in his skin. And the other thing is, and it says high, so it's high res, not base right now. And we just move the sun a little bit. Draw a dome. Yeah, it's the way the shadows are coming out with this. So go in here. I've got a bunch of them in here as well. I haven't done them all yet, but I've got a bunch of HDRIs in these. I'm still filling them out from my inventory of HDRIs. So yeah, now and this scene would where you go bring this up 4 maybe 9, and then we see it doesn't seem to have that same issue with the, look at that. This is when you put a nice spotlight on him from the front. And so this is Noah. Okay, this is a Genesis 8 figure, but his body didn't seem to be doing right in the light, but I think if I just changed the sky dome, it was the sky dome doing something weird with it. Okay, go back to our camera, and we just take and give the spotlight a little bit of some lumens. And this. And now I have my poses here. Oh, don't put a pose on the spotlight. Okay, here. And take a camera, unlock it. And hair. Okay. Which one was that? Genesis 8. And we've got to take Thadia's hair and turn it on, which would be here. That looks nice. I don't think Noah's ever looked so nice. And we're going to put him over to the side here, maybe. And we got to reposition our spotlight. Move it in again. And maybe a little more on the spotlight. 6. And then let's put him in a desert. So we go here to our Ultra Scenery 2, add. And I'm going to show you how to use your old Ultra Scenery biomes in Ultra Scenery 2. So we go here to Ultra Scenery 2. We add that to our scene. Okay, turn on the iRay preview so we can see that in iRay. And then we're going to create a save location. And browse. This, we're going to call this Sky Angel Test. All right. Select that. Okay. And now we go down to the, okay, we have to move. Let's put Thaddeus, and let's put, okay, this is Noah. And we're going to put Noah and the spotlight together in a group. All right. And, all right, so Noah and the spot, and let's move them up so they're on top of our new land. And let's move our camera up. Oh, and I don't know that I put the right spot in. Okay, yeah, this spot can go. All right, now we're going to move our camera up above the land here. All right, and now we have to move our HDRI because the land is up higher in the air. So we go to our environment options here. General. No parameters. And we go into filament mode, because filament mode is the only mode you can really see the sky, other than you can't see it in texture shaded. But what we got to do is add this new edit. Okay, create new filament draw options, and then we select that and just do the ISO scale, bring that down a little bit so we can see our sky. And then we can go back to parameters and move this up, like not that one. Z is it? Move that up a little bit like that. And we'll rotate it so this is maybe over here. And then we go to iRay. Okay, save this. Now we can do something with our ground. Okay, so we Ultra Scenery 2. We just go down to these ecologies at the bottom here. These are our, way down at the bottom, these are the called like classic content, ecologies. And these are all the ecologies from it number 2. And you can just put them in, and what it does is it doesn't really load them into the viewport, so you don't, like, your computer doesn't just crash the minute that it doesn't load like anything in, but it shows you after it puts them in. And it is still using your camera, so it's not putting them everywhere. It's only putting them where the camera view is. Okay, but once you put them in, you can see what kind of, it shows you like the kind of desert that you picked. And I can just come here and just select a different one, and it'll take them all out and put a different desert in. Which is very helpful until you pick the right ecology that you want. And let's go with that one. I got the pear cactus. I like those. So you can just, now I come into my render settings here that I have kind of saved up here. And I might have just locked up the computer again. It was busy loading stuff. When I clicked on that, it was still thinking. So there's something wrong with this program. It crashes every once in a while. It crashes DAS, and I'm quite sure it's this because not very few things ever do this. So there's just something in the way that it doesn't wait its turn, and it just like kind of bullies DAS around, and DAS completely just loses its cookies. Like something really weird, okay? Like when you're in the middle of rendering, you can still click on these things. You're not supposed to be able to click on stuff and change the eyes in the middle of a render. Yeah, there are things that need to be fixed with this program. This program is like so very cool, and even though these problems are here, okay, so I'm going to have to close this and go back to where I was. I don't know if I didn't save it with him standing on the land, so I just have to go back, pick up where I was. I did save the ultra scenery, but I don't think I saved the scene. So, all right, so we'll go here, new. I definitely saved the sky. Oh, it looks like the ground is still there, so I saved something. So we're not too far off to what we had. So, but I think you're going to be really amazed at what we can do here. Now, it looks like his hair got corrupted. I don't know. 9-0. Okay, let's see what happens when we go to iRay. There won't be any ground. Okay, so there's Ultra Scenery 2 is still in here. It looks like his hair got corrupted. That happens. All right, so we have to delete the Thaddeus hair. Let's just leave it out for now. And let's go back to Ultra Scenery 2. And we will go back here. That's Ultra Scenery. Okay, Ultra Scenery 2. Let's put an ecology in. All right, I'm going to set my render settings first. So we're going to set it to 1000. 16 by 9 at 1000. These are render settings that I've saved in previously. So I think I might do a video all on how to save settings and all, but we go here into the biome and we add one. No, this is the wrong biome. It's the one down here. Classic content and ecologies. All right, these ecologies here. We'll go to desert. What was it? Desert 2, I think I liked. So, I mean, the workaround is just when you do like a complex process, like put like 10,000 objects into the scene, make sure it's done before you start going click, 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 click on these things, okay? Make sure it's kind of had a moment, you know, maybe to at least like click back into iRay and all. This was the desert I really wanted. Okay, so, and now it's doing another iRay thing. Okay, now it showed stuff, then it went out. Okay, so this, just make sure it's kind of settled before you start clicking on it. Now we're going to save this. Okay, now what we do is we take a look at this in iRay. I mean, we render it, and all of the desert's going to be here. It'll render, it doesn't show in, and you can get it to show little piece, whatever piece you want to show. And, but the thing is, he might have a cactus like growing right up through the middle of him here. And this, I'm going to show you how to fix that. That's with this classic content, okay? Because we have masks, and if you notice, these have little pictures for masks, and the mask maker 2 that works with the other content also works with this classical content. See, this is pretty nice. Look at that. Art, have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here, friend. It's very nice to have you here. You take care. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. The time has gone by so fast. Very fast. So supposing I want to, you take care. Thanks, and thank you for hanging out. You've been here 3 hours, my friend. They go by, it goes by so fast. So thank you for being here. And all right, so supposing I want to get rid of, look, these, there we have these, all of these, anything that shows, like there's golden eyes, there's shrubs, there's long grass, low grass, there's low grass, pebbles, okay, so, and the base stones. Yes, you're very welcome. Thank you for being here and hanging with me here. So, it's looking fantastic. Nice, very nice. So we're going to go and put in this mask, this round mask maker. It's very easy. You just put this in and you go to parameters and you Y, because remember we're up in the air, we Y translate until we bring that mask thing up in the air, and it won't show in iRay. You have to be in. It's very nice of you all to wish Art off for the evening. Very nice. I have the best subscribers, the best fans following along here. You're all very nice. Okay, we've got to get this to go into iRay, into texture shaded mode. Come on. All right, I'll just try doing it manually. See if that works. All right, Angus, you take care too. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. It's very nice to have you all here. I will see you guys again soon. Very nice to have you here. It's awesome, awesome, awesome. So, yes, I'm not sure why this won't let me switch. It's letting me switch through things. It just won't go into texture shaded mode. Okay, I might have locked something here. Let's see what's going on with render settings. No. All right, let's save this. It's very nice. Yeah. So that's going to leave us with we've had 21 views, cartoon shader. Okay, I have to close out and come back in. Oh, we're in the middle of a render. No, let's keep that and then cancel it. Wait, no wonder why it won't let me do anything. All right, now we can cancel. Yes. And then it closed. Oh. I saved it with... So, yes, very nice of you to wish them off, Crimson. Very nice. We got still Crimson here for a while. All right, let's open DAZ. So I'm going to show you how to use this awesome... You see what it just did? It allowed me to put this mask in here, even in the middle of a render, which is kind of strange. All right, so new. I've never had anything that does that. Sky Test Angel, create. And I think that's my mask in the middle of all this. So... Okay, so this is a round marker. We have to wait. Okay. Now it's weird that it's showing everything here. I think it's all going to disappear in a moment. It shouldn't be showing this stuff. Because I don't remember turning it all on. Ultra Scenery 2. Here it is. We go down to the bottom here. I must have turned it all on somehow. No. Okay, all of this is not supposed to be showing here. So something's very wrong here. I think I might have to take this out and put it back in. Because I did it during a render. Enter. Okay. Control 0. Let's put it into iRay real quick. It should all disappear. It shouldn't be showing. It should not be showing in the scene. I'm not sure why it is. It's not supposed to be showing in iRay either. And it's not showing the amount of instances, so something's wrong. It's not telling me how many instances there are of things. So I think I've got to put a different thing in for now until it tells me it starts to work right. It's because I didn't realize I was still in render mode and I started clicking on these things. And like I said, they will allow you to click on them and it put stuff in the scene, change their eye color to Okay, I'm not sure why it's not telling me how many oh, it's still doing it, I guess. Okay, see now it's working right. It's telling me how many instances are here of everything, but it's hiding them all, which it's supposed to do, because they're all clicked off. All right, see this one stands for viewport, and this one is render, so it shows them in the render but not in the viewport. Then you can get around and do stuff in your viewport without having a problem. So now, is he actually on the ground? I don't think he is. Let's see, Noah. All right, that's good. And the spotlight moved with him. And then we'll save this. Okay, so now we're going to add one of these round markers. Okay, and we go to parameters and move it up. Okay, we can't see it in iRay. So you just kind of have to learn the ins and outs of this. So, all right, we're going to lock our camera. And now we go to perspective mode. We select this round marker and go like that. Control L to turn on the light. And so what we do is we put this round marker wherever we want. Wherever we put this, this is what we use to mask out things in the scene that we don't want. So if I scale this a little bit like that, I don't know how big it's going to need to be, but let's go back to the camera. Let's take a look. Let's set our camera settings to 1000. Let's save this again. Okay, this time let's not forget we're rendering. It's not your fault. Okay, so we are rendering. And we should see all of our cactus stuff. Now the mask isn't working, it's just in the scene, but it's not set up to work yet. I have to see if there's something like if the cactus going right through him, something that's like a big giant bush that he's in the middle of, and then we're going to use that mask for that. If there is something, I'm kind of hoping there is, and I'm quite sure there will be, because that's just the nature of how this works. Yep, he's got a cactus coming right through him. So we gotta, the light doesn't really work when you do this. Okay, so I would say if we just get rid of the maybe these tall bushes, but just the cactus. Let's just get rid of the cactus. Okay, so we cancel this. Yes, give it a moment. Close it down. Now we go to our perspective view, and this might be a little bit large to get rid of this cactus, but let's try it. So we go back to the camera view. Now you have to select on ultra scenery, and then we have to open the mask builder. And there's our marker, okay? And we have to find the cactus. Okay, I think it's this cactus here. And we add mask to selected biome, and see it just made a little dot, but I want this to be solid black. I don't want it to be, and the fuzziness, I don't want any fuzziness. I just want it to, okay, so when I close this, all right, now they're connected, and that little spot that black spot says don't put anything here. Okay, so now let's render this. If it's still there, I just have to make the black spot bigger until it gets the message we don't want it there. I just think of all the artists out there working so hard tonight, all the Daz artists, and all the wonderful things they have planned for us. They're working so hard to make stuff for us. And I hope one of them's making some campfires. Somebody's probably working on a campfire right now to sell. See, the cactus is gone. Okay, but everything else is here. This looks pretty good. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to change this, and I'm going to get rid of the spotlight. Cancel. Okay, so everything else looks fine. So we're going to click Save. And I'm just going to hide the spotlight for now. And I'm going to try to use a distant light. And where is the distant light? Okay, so we have to move parameters, Y translate. We have to move those 3 little pins up here so we can see them. All right, we'll move them right at his feet. Parameters, perspective, let's see those. All right, and so what I want to do now is move it up just so that it's kind of good. And now what we do is rotate. This is one way to rotate our, okay, we don't want to do that. We want to do this. And we'll have them come from this angle. That, oops, the wrong way. Like this, that's where our distant light's going to come from. All right, let's bring this up a little bit, like, and back. See? Okay, so now we go back to our camera. I think that'll work. Let me go to the top view. Yeah, that's good. Okay, perspective. Let's go to the left view. That's not going to tell me much, but I think it's good. All right, now we go back to our camera, and now we give this distant light some, it won't have any effect unless we give it, let's go to 4, and let's bring the temperature quite a bit down. We're in the desert, so we kind of want orangey light. And we already got our camera view. And let's see what this looks like. It's going to create shadows of all the trees and all of the shrubs, and they're going to create very hard shadows. The distant light, it's going to cover the whole ground and create shadows. Beautiful shadow work. Let's see what we've got. So I don't think I'm going to be here much longer, probably about maybe 10 or 15 minutes. It took me like all day to get online, and I've been working with my my background here and trying to, I don't know, my screen looks like well, it didn't create the shadows that I wanted, but I'll get them, okay? There's a little bit of shadow going on. But it did light him up. He looks pretty good in there. He's not in the right kind of clothing and all. He needs hair. He needs body hair. So what we could do, okay, as you can see here, he needs hair. He needs body hair. And the light is coming kind of, so if we, I think what I've got to do is take my environment and make it darker here, because we brought that way up. So let's go to 4, like cut that in half and see It should make it kind of redder and darker. Let's go to 2. All right. See the shadow, but the shadow's going in. So we've got to move this so the shadow now let's take a look at our render. Welcome, people. Thank you for the likes on my videos, friends. Thank you, thank you. So we are working with Genesis 9 figures with Ultra Scenery 2. We've gone over a ton of stuff. You want to watch the beginning of this video because I detail like a process that's very, okay, notice the shadows we have here now. See, we've got some shadow stuff going on here. And what we can do is cancel this, yes. We can take this distant light. Why, I'm not sure we have 2 of them there. I'm not being good at, and we'll take this color and we'll make it a little bit orange like this. Okay. And let's go here. No, here. Bring in my spindly fog. Y translate. Bring up the fog. Z. Okay, and let's go here to surfaces. We might as well set the fog the way I kind of think it should be, down to like about 2, and we'll set this multiplier at like an orange color, yellowish orange. Okay. See what this did. I just turned the distant light orange, kind of orange, and I brought in some fog and made that, lowered the density quite a bit, and I also made the fog orange. Some, you know, green fog goes really well in a desert also, just keep that in mind. It's like the chlorophyll is kind of like so prevalent. Okay, I think we have it rendering in the background. Okay, let's try this again. Control R. Come on. I'd like to get, you know, some of those like Indian clothes with the tassels on the side, and they came out with a female Indian, and I bet there's a Daz artist right now working on the male Indian, because they came out with the female Indian and all kinds of female Indian stuff, and usually they'll come out with the male Indian, you know, the you know, just like it takes them a while. They come out with Victoria at 9, and then they come out with Michael 9. So okay, I can't see my fog. I made it like too thin, I think. All right, so cancel that. Let's go into iRay. And I can't see the fog at all. Let's see. Let's make the fog 5. All right, let's go up to 10 again. Maybe it needs 10. Let's go to 12. 15. 25. Okay. I would like it a little more yellow instead of that orange. A little more yellow. How about green? You have to be kind of careful of green, because green can kind of look like, well, you know, like poison. Or it can look like, you know, like flatulence. Okay, so, you know, you think, oh, it looks so beautiful, but then people just think, what is that? You know, so you have to be careful. It's just the way our visuals are kind of have been kind of foisted on us, that when we see purple, it's kind of like death magic. When we see red, it's fire magic. When we see blue, it's like lightning magic. And it's, you know, and that's kind of the thing. And green is poison. It's the way we've been conditioned with color. Okay? Just keep that in mind. So you might want to make something green, and it might just look, but all you have to do is to get rid of that green toxic look is just make it really faint, okay? So it doesn't look like a whole bunch of it, like they're just in a cloud of toxic something. So that's my suggestion. All right, so then the only thing we've got to do is put some kind of clothes on him. I think we'll just go with some blue jeans. And for now, you know, I've been here 3 hours and all, so this looks pretty good. I think it'll reticulate down. Remember, this is going to be, yeah, this kind of looks cool here. It will reticulate more. For lightning scenes and characters really struggling in that era, lighting scenes and characters, my two favorite, I don't use, okay, the first thing you have to do, Crimson, is make sure that your camera is not lighting the scene, okay? Because your camera will just take all of the drama. See the shadows and these shadow effects? It's because my camera is off, okay? And if my camera light is on, it's just going to white out everything. Okay, that's number one tip. Number two tip, don't use radial lights, okay? Don't use the point lights. Use spotlights because they're more dramatic, okay? Use either spotlights, or we're using a distant light in this particular case, okay? So, and then just don't make the camera too high so that they have like raccoon eyes, so their eyes are black. You see the light is coming at his eyes. It's not above his eyes shining down. You might think, oh, I want the light. You know, it's this idea that you are going to get like a dramatic effect by pointing the light straight down, and it doesn't work, because what happens is those beautiful eyes that somebody spent hours and hours painting, those eyes like by hand, they're just black circles, okay? So you have to have the light come, and you always want to move the light one side or the other side. Like right now, it's kind of coming straight at him, but it should be like one side or the other, so that one side of the face is kind of, I think that's called a Rembrandt style or something, where one side of the face is darker than the other. And so those are pretty, and you do that also with this distant light, or you can do it also with your spotlight. But if you really want good effects, don't use a point light, use a spotlight. If you use, and spotlights will give you nice hard shadows and all. If the shadow's a little too hard, then use a plane, like a ghost light. But I usually stick with the spotlight because it gives me the most dramatic effect of shadows and stuff with the figure. So now we got to move the sun, okay, because it's right behind this cactus. It should be in between here, okay? So just an idea, we're losing all that detail of the sun. So we go into our filament mode, and I remember putting a filament mode. I think it's still here. Yeah, filament options. So yeah, those are now, you know, that you can put rim lights and all of this. There are light sets. It's up to you really on how far you want to go with lighting, but just play with it. You will learn by just using the lights, but become really good with the spotlight and these distant lights. And sometimes the distant light just doesn't work, and you need the spotlight. Sometimes all you need is your HDRI and rotated in the right place, and your scene is fine. But if you're never put out a scene with your character kind of dark unless you're looking for like that silhouette effect. You always want to light your character so they pop a little bit out of the scene, and that's a very, very important thing. Okay, so always light your character so they stand out in the scene. And now we're going to rotate this dome so that it's here. Okay, and now when I do my render, it will be between the cactus instead of behind the cactus. It's just we're losing all the detail of the sun. Of that, you know, it just looks like a kind of like a light there, but it doesn't give you the detail that somebody worked real hard to put into the sun. And then it's just like a nondescript kind of sky. Nondescript skies are just not that pretty. So you always want a sky that has detail in it. This may not be the very most detailed sky, but at least if I can get that sun in there, it's something. I didn't get much sleep last night. And okay, so we're going to bring this sun up, okay, a little bit. So that it's, I guess I just a little bit, maybe. Cancel, yes. All right, we're going to just bring it up, which would be, I think, this Z one brings it up a little bit like that. Okay. Let's try this. Yeah, you need detail in your scene, as much little detailed items. Unless the detail just destroys. It's like I had this guy and he was sitting in a desert and he was doing that kind of Zen thing with his hands and he was sitting in a lotus position. And somebody asked me and said, you know, why didn't you put some other props in the scene? And the thing is that he was, in my mind, he was an aesthetic. He didn't own anything. All he owned was the loincloth that he was, you know, that was the whole idea, that he didn't have possessions. and so that's the kind of thing that sometimes a scene just doesn't require any kind of thing. I'd like to move him ahead so he doesn't have this particular branch there. So that might throw my scene off, or just move him out a little bit. Let's see, 0. It could end up like destroying my scene. Cancel, yes. But let's see, can I move him out? Just a little bit this way. See what happens. Control 0. So yeah, sometimes a point light will work really nice if you're like if you're trying to make a campfire a little bit more brighter. Then you just put a point light in between the campfire and your figure. Or if they're looking into a book and like a Harry Potter kind of thing, and the book is like putting magic out or everything, you can put a point light in between there. And it's, you know, invisible, but it's really nice how that can work. Okay, control 0. You're going to render. There we go. Come on. Render. All right. All right, all right. I forgot to ask Art about the resizable bar if he found out about that. It was probably already turned on. But it's worth looking into, because if it's not turned on, he would have got then he probably got a performance boost out of his quite a bit of one. So okay, I think that particular branch is no, now there's this branch. I think it's worse. I can't really tell. Okay, so what we can do is find out what that is. And we'll put a mask here, okay? So cancel this, yes. Cancel. And what we'll do is we'll go to our Ultra Scenery 2. Select this. Now it's not the pebbles. I don't think it's so. It could be the primrose. Okay. Now it's like my instances are not telling me that they've lost. It's not telling me what's here and what's not, which is very difficult. All right, this is field. Okay, it should turn something on. Okay, whatever that is, it looks like there's one right there. It's not enough. Okay, shrubs. Which one are these? Okay, these are these little shrubs. Okay, now maybe. All right, golden eyes. Oh, now they're coming. Okay. Golden eyes. Okay, it's not them. Primrose. It's not them. Long grass verge. Okay, it doesn't say, it says there's none of them in the scene anyway. Long grass. Okay, I don't think it's those, but it could be those, but no. It's like, all right, low grass. Where's the low grass? Okay. I have a feeling it's this long grass verge. Because you see that right there. There's like a... No, it's not. It's just the long grass. And I don't think it's showing the full amount of that. If I come up here and I turn off forest, we turn field on all the way. Yeah, it's that. Long grass. Okay, so we got to turn this back down. All right, now we know what it is. So what we do is we put in another one of the, go to texture shaded. All right, okay, we go to texture shaded here. And we add another one of these round markers. Round marker 2. Parameters. Here, we bring this up. Y translate. And then we go to perspective mode. And we scale this like that. I don't want to get rid of that leaf there, but I just want to get rid of that thing. Okay, so we can make it oblong X scale like that, but then this way like this. Okay. And we don't need it that wide. See, it's not showing them all because I have it set to only show like 10% of it. So, but they're here. They come all the way up to here when it's showing 100% of them. So now this is our round marker 2, and we have to have ultra scenery selected to open the mask thing, and we're going to go ultra scenery 2, and this is called the verge something. Verge, it's just called long grass. Okay, it's called long grass. We'll turn that off for now. Okay, now we go here and open Mask Builder. We're going to take this and we're going to select the long grass. And we're going to add mask to selected biome. All right, and then we're going to make the mask level as soon as it's done doing its thing. It's actually taking these out right now. But the more I work with it, the more it will take out more. It's altering the field. Come back. Well, I have a feeling it's going to snap out of this one. It's got a lot to think about. Can I do these? I don't think it's going to let me close this. Patience is a virtue. It's 4:30 in the morning in the UK, so I'm off to bed. Oh, you have a good night. Thank you for being here. I hope yeah, you'll get it. Just also the intensity of the light. You know, too much light is it can just kind of blow out the scene and take the detail away, and too little and your subject doesn't pop out. So you're right, find the sweet spot. Thanks for hanging out as long as you have. I was like up last night till it was like broad daylight, like like 6:30 in the morning, and I only got a few hours sleep, and then I worked all day trying to get my stream fixed. I think I might be too dark in my video. I'm gonna have to fix this. So thank you, Crimson, for being here. You have a wonderful night. I hope it was helpful. I'm gonna try to close this. Are you sure you want to exit? It's gonna let me exit. We're gonna try to close this. If I wait a while, it will actually let me exit. You take care. Have a great night, friend. Thank you for being here. I hope it was useful for you. And we're going to go here back into the mask builder. And I have a few things I want to do to this mask. I want to make the mask more opaque. And I want to take the fuzziness off. And then we're going to close this. You wait a moment before you click exit, because sometimes it just doesn't, it needs a moment to think, and then you click exit, and then it won't come back and say, are you sure you want to close? I've noticed that's a problem with that. We're going to save this. Okay, I'm quite sure this mask is going to work. So it's, okay, I'm in the wrong for view, though. I got to go back to my camera view, so I can't close this too quickly. I got to give it a moment to maybe get to one frame before I cancel it. I am so quick. I hope this was useful. So it's good to know that you're working with Genesis 9 figures exclusively, and I hope that was a good tip for you to begin your working with Genesis 9. Don't put in a bought figure, put in your Genesis 9 non-binary figure and morph them into what you want. Look, our grass I think is gone. Okay, yes, okay, it looks like it is gone. So now we can close this, go to the right camera angle, and now we can try to render this. I did save it, so it just didn't save it with the camera fixed in the right angle, but that's not a big deal. Something kind of self-explanatory. So all we're going to have to do is maybe put some jeans on him and some sandals, and maybe give him some hair. And I think we're going to have a nice little person in the desert here. So I just wanted to show you how to use masks with the classic materials, okay? That these masks work with your old classic materials. You see, now we don't have that thing crawling up his leg, okay? And so this worked, okay? It worked really well. So all we have left to do now, I believe, you see these cactuses aren't very high resolution, and Martin sold, after this cactus thing came out, he sold high resolution cactuses, and he said be sparing with them and only put them like in the front of your scene. So there again, we could just mask out some of these in the front here and use some of those masks and just put them in the spots where you want them to mask, and select the cactus layer, and then they're gone. And then we could place in some cactuses that are higher resolution in the foreground, so it doesn't matter so much in the background. But this is pretty cool. So we cancel this. It's that idea. If we look up cactus here in this, I think we'll find that Martin Frost desert. That's the Desert Botanica. Okay, this See, obviously I own all the cactuses that are here. I think it's got to be this right here, this one that I just opened. Yeah, Martin Frost. See, look at this. And that's what this is say. This bundle is iconic Western high-resolution plants and trees. Stand on its own or make the perfect companion bundle on the ultra scenery desert bundles, giving you similar cacti at much higher resolution and detail. So look at this. So this is for up close and all in your scene. You put these in the front, and these, or you could scatter them if your computer has enough memory. You could just replace them with these. So pipe cactuses, that's what these are, I think. So I think that might be a barrel cactus. I'm not sure. But these are pretty much the cactuses that, the cacti that, look at the different. So you just grab this whole group and then have it use that group instead of the cactus group that's there. This is and I own this. I'm quite sure I bought this. No, I did not. So I got to add that to my wish list. It's not on sale. I was thinking I'll just use this. Well, not if I didn't buy it. And these are other cactuses, cacti. This is Martin Frost as well. And the Queen of the Night, okay, how in Mexico castling, it doesn't say anything about them being very high resolution like the others. Flowering and non-flowering models of plants, some growing around tree trunks, some hanging free with their pivot. And this is $17. It's on sale for $5 right now. This is pretty cool. I think that by the looks of that, this might be an older product. That's probably why it's on sale here. But okay, so this is what you would do, is replace these, because these cactus do the cacti, cactus, I don't know what's plural for cacti. Cactus, cacti, I think is plural, but I'm not sure. Now, okay, so we close this, and we'll just put some jeans on him. I've got some jeans here, and we got to select him. He's okay. Noah, we'll find Noah here. Noah, put the jeans on him. That's probably enough. And then we go here with, I probably should have some sandals and stuff. Just a few things that normally, these jeans have come in handy, just having them in there and being able to click and boom, they're just right here. Just a few things that I kind of use a lot. And then we have the sandals. We go here. Some sandals. And let's go with these. And then we got to give him some hair. And I kind of like this Thaddeus hair on him. Okay, Genesis 8. But when I did something here, it got all messed up. Or maybe that's what I used on the last figure. But that looks pretty good on him. And then we go to the Thaddeus hair. And select the hair itself. And then we go to parameters, and that should be, okay, preview, save this. Okay, and we'll give him some body hair. He's Genesis 9. We can just come through with this stuff here. This is the body hair, I think. Yep, that one will work. And I can delete the leg hair. You have to watch this bar when you put this body hair on, because you have to make sure it gets all the way to the end before you start clicking this and clicking that, and or else you can freeze up DAS very easily doing that. Okay, so that has positioned itself, but we're going to take the legs off, so we don't want it coming through his legs. Nostril, armpit, I guess all that works. All right, save this. And now I'm going to render this at 2000. I think he's done. Oh, speaking of that, let's give him some blush. Let's just give him a little bit of redness in his cheeks. So we go to default, blush, and this one I think it is. We explore product. This one is for Genesis 8 and 8.1. No, we want the one for Genesis 9. This one, explore product. Okay. Not sure why I don't have him selected. That's why. Okay, this is the explore product one, materials. Okay, so we put on the geo shell first. And then we just go here with this. We'll go with that one. We have to select the geo shell. Put that on and see if it works. All right, let's do a render. Save this. I'm quite sure I'm going to want that. All right. And what do we got? This might be the final render if everything looks hunky-dory. So, it might be. It might be. The blush may be too bright. Come on. The Thaddeus hair, and then we put the Thaddeus hair, and that's got a load in. We put the bodysuit on. That's all these things kind of get halfway left in the RAM. So if you come back and it's the same thing, it doesn't have to do much. But it's got to load all that stuff into the RAM. There we go. Now I changed this to 4000, I think. Or 2000. No, I think it's at 2000. Yeah. So we're going to be zoomed in a lot. We'll be able to see kind of problems like that his hair doesn't even match his beard at all. There's probably like a ton more left work to do on this. So, but I'm going to probably leave it at this, but we'll see. Yeah, his hair is blonde. No, I guess it's good. I'm not sure I'd use those eyebrows on him, but he's kind of got that Western. He's got to have a beard. His face is too chiseled. Now I just took Noah. I guess this is Noah, or I'm not sure. Yeah, I just to say, I can put Genesis 9 skin on a Genesis 8 shape. Just boom, should give him the Genesis 8 shape, and this is Noah. And if you ever wondered what Noah really looked like, because there's so many obstacles to Genesis 8 figures, really getting them to look right, and they just automatically look right in Genesis 9. See the blush we got here? So it gives him a little bit of color in his face, so it's not just like deadpan kind of color. So he doesn't need a beard. He just needs some just definition here with 5 o'clock shadow, stubble or something. So we go here up. I got it right here. Where is it? Let's go with I don't have all of my stuff here, all of my beard stuff. Well, I know this always works. Here. So I have a ton more beards, and I haven't even added my Genesis 8 beards. So there again, this is going to have to this is going to have to be a whole category with that pops out and gives me like a bunch of choices for beards, like this up here, where these are all my look at this. These are all okay. I just put a beard on the blush effect. I can't believe I did that. All right. It's like, where's the beard? Well, it's on the blush. Okay, so we go back here. Okay, that did that. What he really needs is one of those little handlebar mustaches and something curly cues. So these are all HDRIs. Like, so when I click on this, I can just change the HDRI and go through all these HDRIs. But I created another group here now because I got a lot of HDRIs. Come on, close. Here as well. So these are all full of HDRIs as well. I haven't filled them all yet, but I got a ton more to fill for those because these got filled completely up. Like with this here, if I click on that, like this one's full. They're all full of HDRIs. So this is probably a couple hundred of them. So the 20 of them with what, 9 times 9? I mean 3 times 9. 27 times 20. Echo, what's 27 times 20?
27 times 20 is 540.
There's 540 HDRIs here. And I have about 5,000 HDRIs. I know I do. So yeah, well, at least 3,000. So a lot of them are okay. So he's got that. What was it? What did I say he needed? He needed something on his face and he needed blush. Okay, let's save this. And let's see what happens here. I do have handlebar mustaches for Genesis 9. It would be kind of cool to give him, to kind of deck him out with all of the kind of Western stuff. But this is going to be it. I think this is going to do it for this tutorial today. Watch this from the beginning if you have not seen it from the beginning. And sometimes you might, I think you're able to just go in and watch these from the beginning. I don't think they require any processing by YouTube because I upload them as, they may process them, but they allow them to be viewed the way they were kind of uploaded until the processing replaces the video. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but you should be able to go right back to the beginning. There's some really important stuff in the beginning about this, about not using, just like using like Nathan in the scene or using Victoria 8. What you do is you put the Genesis 9, I mean Victoria 9 in the scene. You put the Genesis 8 non-binary, gender neutral figure. You put the gender neutral figure in the scene, and then you give it Victoria's morphs. You give it Victoria's skin. You give it Victoria's eye color. That's how you always start the scene, is by putting in the gender neutral figure, and then you morph the face to what you want. You put the skin on it the way you want it. That's how you always do it. Because you put Victorian and you say, oh, I don't want this. So then all you're going to do is take off the morphs. Well, then you've got the gender neutral figure. You might as well just start out with that and then put a little bit of Victoria's head, a little bit, then morph the body the way you want it, and start always with that. And just make sure, now the body morphs, you don't want to use too many different body morphs. The body morphs are very kind of, they don't like to be mixed a lot, like a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this and you can do things like the small morphs, like, you know, breast augmentation and a longer nose. Those are all fine, but like mixing this figure's body, a little bit of that figure, a little bit of this figure, they just, sometimes it doesn't work. So you want to kind of use maybe 2 or 3 and then maybe a lot of little morphs, but not whole body morphs. You can mix maybe 2 or 3 bodies and still they may not work. So that's the thing. But faces, you can use up to like 10, 12 different, a little bit of this face, a little bit of that face, and with your gender neutral Genesis 9, as long as it all adds up to 100%, okay? And it always needs to add up to 100%. You don't want it to be like 50 or something. Okay, look at that. This is pretty nice. His hair looks blondish gray. I kind of expected it. We're going to make his hair a little darker, just to to match with his his eyebrows and beard. Okay, so the Thaddeus hair here, here, here. Okay, we're going to go root transmission color. We'll just make that a little darker. And the tip transmission color, we'll make that a little darker. And the viewport color, I guess these are okay. We'll do the hair root color, we'll just go a little darker with that. The tip color, a little darker with that. And the root hair light, highlight, a little darker with that. A little darker with that. And what else have we got here? I think we'll go a little bit darker with this. And this. Okay, and save it. Okay, the dForce hair. Yeah, hair, eyebrows, and beard have to be the pretty close to the same color. You got to try to get them into the same color, or it's going to have that kind of like I bleached my hair look, and it doesn't always work well unless it's a pride parade or something, you know. But other than that, you got to kind of get them within the ballpark of each other, and even to the point where, oh, the hair has a little too much red, and you know, and the beard doesn't have all that red, so you got to take the red out of the hair. You got to get them blended together to the right color. Do the same kind of gamut to some degree. Same with chest hair. Years when I first started out, that was the hardest part for me to learn, was hair colors, and I take it for granted now because it's just something that I just do without even thinking about now. But the Omni color throws me for a loop. I I'm not good with Omni color yet, and Omni color is the most beautiful colors of all the hair colors. Okay, so I hope this worked. Sometimes, yeah, it did. See how that made that hair just a little darker all around? Oh, there was one more thing. I want to take his face features are just kind of bothering me. I don't like his eyebrows, but it's just too much on the face. But I think I'm going to leave it because he's got kind of like this ruddy face. So we're going to leave it. And the eyebrows kind of match. So this hair I'd kind of toned down a little bit. And it doesn't look like the pants actually fit him that well. Something's wrong with that. So I just, there's little things like this that bother me. The rouge is too much on his face. Okay, is my camera locked? Good. Okay, the camera's locked. What's up with the pants? All right, see, I can take these pants and just shrink them down, and the auto, like, see that? Look at that. They just don't fit him right. Maybe I just didn't put them on him right. Let's see, the construction worker jeans. Okay, so what we got to do is just scale them down. And okay, and they should auto fit. Okay, the problem is I got a pair of swim shorts underneath. That's one of the problems. Okay, Control L. Okay, let's see what happened. Okay, it looks like this kind of worked, but it didn't really work. Okay, so what's wrong with these jeans? Why don't they want to fit him? Okay, so what I'm going to do is just scale them. Okay, let's see if there's actual morphs for them. We'll kind of scale them to a degree and then find some morphs. There's going to be a waist. Okay, fit waist. And left pocket open. Okay, that kind of did it, but it just did it kind of sort of like a balloon instead of like sealing a bag instead of, but okay, so there's that, but what I'm going to do is scale them down a little more like that. All right, that I'm happier with. Now what's this? All right, let's see. Now we go into Mesh Grabber. Mesh Grabber. Okay, that fixed that. This. Z. Let's try this again. Okay, it fixed. No, it didn't. Okay. This. Okay, I can't tell which way these. This one. Okay. Is that? Okay. The jeans are fixed. They came out perfect. Now save it and turn off Mesh Grabber. Save it again, or his hair will disappear, and I won't know what's for being an hour trying to figure out why his hair's. Okay, now what we're going to do is go into this blush effect. Okay, we're going to go to surfaces. Surfaces, blush effect. And we're just going to take down the luminance. We'll take it down to like 3. And we'll take this opacity down. And we're going to change this red kind of reddish color to a little bit of orange. Okay. And go back to our camera. And okay, I'm going to take his torso hair. And we're going to go to surfaces. And we're going to just take some of the cutout opacity down. Just so there's not so much. And we'll do that a little bit with his goatee. Okay, let's go back to the camera. And what was the other thing? Okay, I didn't really like his eyebrows, but they're okay. So we go back to the camera view. I didn't see his hair change like at all. Save it again. I think I just did, but all right. Let's try this. You know, I just don't think that this scene is like that spectacular, but in the process of making it here, you're able to just kind of see some of the things that I do to make my figures kind of look right and all. So now right now this figure I can't use the non-binary figure. And the non-binary figure, I find like their eyelashes to be a little bit kind of heavy and more feminine because they're supposed to be kind of in the middle, and so I didn't switch them. So he's kind of still got those kind of like heavy eyelashes, and they're a little bit curly, you know. So just certain things that I do for every figure, and the eyebrows. I believe I don't know where I got these eyebrows from, so I may have switched them, but I don't think I did. So they could very well be the gender neutral figures eyebrows that comes with the Genesis 9 gender neutral figure. So there again, those eyebrows aren't necessarily what I would have used, but they're pretty cool. So let's see what we've got here. Okay, it looks like it took down this chest hair the way I wanted it. And the face isn't quite so red. And that's good. It's a little bit more orange, as you can see. And the the jeans are now not like he's not swimming in them. I don't see any poke through at all. So I would say he's pretty done. He's got these huge cheekbones, so that redness really, I don't usually leave my figures with cheekbones that kind of strong, but it works for him. Okay, it's like stop picking on me. Okay, it looks like his feet are under the ground, so we got to figure that out. Yes. Wouldn't, okay, so I think it's good for them to be behind these bushes, but it's not good for them to be buried underground. Because then if they're behind the bushes, then at least it isn't going to show. Yeah, it looks like something. So what I can do now, you see these round markers that I was using as masks? I can push them down under the scene. Okay, they're not high. You can't see them in iRay or in the final render, but that you can see them here. And they block me from being able to see. See, yeah, his feet are under the ground. Now remember, we have Noah and his spotlight are both. Okay, so I'm going to get down here to look at him like this. We have Noah and his spotlight are both together. Oh, but the spotlight I took off because we're using we are using the distant light to light him. And I don't know what this is here. This black thing. I think it's one of these markers. Round marker 2. Okay. I thought I had, no, maybe I did only have 2 of them. I don't know what this is. I don't think it's water or anything. It's not one of my markers, I don't think. Unless I have it hidden in here. No? Okay. Well, it looks like he's standing. His sandals are still not out of the whatever that is. Okay. And this is why I render things in at 2000 at least, so that I can see these mistakes. You don't just render it like it's like, well, I only need it rendered at this because Daz, that's what I'm going to put in the gallery or whatever. You always render it like, you know, double, you know, what you're, like if you're rendering it at 2000, render it at 4000 then. So that you can, because then you'll see things very detailed. You can zoom in and see, and like, oh my gosh, his eyes are black, or things like that, that they shouldn't be that color. Speaking of eyes, we haven't even looked at his eyes. Whatever it is, they're fine. Okay, see his eyebrows? I can just tell right now that they're a different color than his eyebrows are probably like red, more red, but you can't tell in this right now. And even I think at rendered, I still couldn't see it. So, but I'll just bet you that they're kind of reddish. So now that was the last thing I saw, because we are rendering it. Now I now I'm going to render this for, you know, probably if I put this in the Daz gallery, I usually render things at 2000 for the gallery, a little bit above HD, so, but 2K. So, but I'm going to, because I render it at 2000, okay, I'm going to set this at 4000. Okay, and now when I render this, you're going to be able to see like the bumps on his nose and stuff like that. But it allows me to see and say, oh my gosh, his hand is going right through his pants. I didn't even see that. It's like all of this stuff that you wouldn't see, you see, and it's very important. You know, I stumbled on that because I used to render stuff for this. Well, I still occasionally do for this website, and they sell bedspreads and they sell shower curtains, and you need like 13K to put an image on a shower curtain. And they told us, we don't want you to stretch the image up to 13K. It has to be, you know, a 13K image if you want to put your image on a bedspread. And so I would have to render it at 13K. And that's when I noticed all of these things with my figure. It's like, oh my gosh, what's going on with the bumps on his knuckles and things like that. It's just, you notice every little problem with your figure when you render it. So it's something to learn. You can learn a lot by rendering things bigger than you need it. So we're rendering this at 4K, which is 4,000 by by 3,000 or something, 2,900 or something like that, because it's 16 by 9. But now we're going to be able to see any kind of flaws. And you know what? You won't see very many, because that is the way Genesis 9 and that's the way all this, the latest DAZ stuff is. It's just like flawless even at 4K. It just really, look at this. You can see you'll be able to see the chords in his jeans, and this is so amazing. This is why I love DAZ. And Martin was right. These cactuses, this cacti, they don't have the right amount of quality in them. So they should be replaced with those really good ones. And as soon as that goes on sale, I'm going to pick up those cacti, because I use them a lot. So this will take a while to reticulate, because this hand doesn't look like it's going through anything, so it's fine. You can see now his feet, and that's why I was kind of glad that they were behind this. It doesn't look like he's got flowers coming right up through his feet. This was just a lucky break, okay? But at least his feet aren't going through the floor, okay? Now these jeans, look how they're kind of hanging there a little. They just look like they're hanging where they should be kind of laying on his feet there. It's okay. A little bit of mesh grabber to push that in and pull it down, and kind of pull this edge down and pull this edge down. That's what mesh grabber's for, okay? Is to just shape it the way you need it to be. His eyes are beautiful in this, and this high cheekbone looks really beautiful actually right here. So look at the Genesis 9 skin. It's just beautiful. It really, really is. My eyes have kind of gotten used to this figure, so probably tomorrow I'm going to look at him and say, "Oh, you're ugly." But today he seems pretty nice. So that's what happens when you get used to your figures when you're working with them, and you just think they're beautiful, and then you go and look at them like an hour later after you've kind of watched TV or something, and it's like, oh my God, I didn't even notice that. So it's dusty here. It's very dusty. So it's beautiful. It's very beautiful. Look at just the detail here. So in there, nobody's going to see this detailed. Only you are. Okay? And that's where you can come in and kind of say, like the way that kind of graphs off of there, it's not bad. And I always think of cactus as having like actual pricklers. These cactuses are supposed to have like thorns, I think. If I'm not mistaken, they are, but they don't. But yeah, but the high resolution ones do. So that's, you know, and I think Howie probably told Martin and said, "No, go back, give me some low resolution cactus. We can't put cactuses like that. People are going to have like a massive computer to render cactuses like that, cacti, and these cacti have all these folds in them and everything, and each one has to be, it means that it has to have at least a certain amount of that. These must have been really hard to make. So that's why Martin came out, and probably the cacti that he gave Howie for, I think it was Howie, that makes this with him. Howie Farks, I think maybe. There were probably Howie says, "Oh, we can't use them. They're way too nice. We can't use them in this because it would bog down everybody's computer. You got to go give me some junky cacti." And Martin probably had to go in and just like take all the thorns off and take all the work that took him hours and hours and hours to make, so that you could scatter 1,000 of them across the landscape and be done with it. So from the distance these look perfect, but up close we need the really good ones. So, and that's you just take them and replace the ones that are up close, and you mask these out with the masking tool, those round things. So this is it, and the hair looks good on him now. It doesn't look like overpowering on his chest. His arms might be a little. I didn't take some of the, and this looks good. It was like I took the opacity down a little bit on that. Those eyebrows match perfectly, and the eye color looks like his eyes. I may not have done his eyes. I don't know that I actually resized his eyes. Let me go in and cancel this. I'm going to render this when so this is why I look at this, okay, is to find these problems. See, because this looks like his eye isn't sitting in his eye. I can tell that problem from a mile away. And let me see, because I'll just render it. See that? See that little hole in his eye? That can't stand. You can't leave those problems here. So we select this, and then will rotate around the eye. Okay, something's not right there. And I'd say we pull this eye over a little bit like this. And then what's going on here? Look at that. See, they're just not in the right place. And see, if I bring that over, then this one's out. Well, not really that bad. See, that one is. Let's see what the size of these. I don't think I resized them. No, we're going to go to 110 for that. Okay, Z. What did I just do? Okay. Okay, there's one. I think I might even have to go to 120. All right, 120. Okay, and this one, 120. All right, and then what we do, we push it in a little bit like this. Pull it over. That, and fill the eye slot. You know, this one's got to be pushed in and pushed over. You have to do this every time. And you know, I used to say, oh, I don't remember, I didn't have to do this with Genesis 8. And you know what? I should have had to, because I never noticed that the eyes didn't really fit in the figures that perfectly all the time, especially after you've morphed them. See, the reason why this happened is because I morphed him. See, this has got to come over. See that little slot there? See, and this is 120 is usually enough to do that, to fix it. And you pull it out. You can pull the eye up until you start to see it envelop the tear duct. The tear duct. I mean the tear thing. Then you have to look at it from. Make sure it looks right. Okay. See, it looks like. See, there's still. So it's got to come back this way. You got to get them right. Okay, that looks fine. I can't see inside. That looks fine. Pull this out just a little bit like that. And you have to make sure, because we're looking at him from this angle. That's the angle that has to be right. Okay? Is that it has to be right up against. So you notice the tear duct? Okay, you get it just right behind that. And you see we still have a little something here. What we do is we bring it up and pull it more this way. Wait a minute. Okay. See, now we got a little bit of a problem here. So we just push it in. Okay. And now that I've made them large like this, now I have to go in and select the eyes. Go to here and type iris. And you have to buy this product. It's the Vinme Morph, V-I-N-M-E. See how his eyes just went small like that? Because I resized them. And now you have to make them smaller. And you go back to the camera. Save this. You know what? Now, I might be the only one who notices things like that, but I'll guarantee you there are other DAZ artists that say, oh, look, they didn't even fix the eyes. You know? And they're going to notice it. And I don't want artists that are like, and every once in a while I miss it. I'll just like, and then I'll look at my art like afterwards, like after it's been up on in the gallery for a month on DAZ, and it's like, oh my God, I didn't fix those eyes. I just put out a picture with an angel that was flying down from the sky, and I didn't fix his eyes. I don't think they're that bad, but I just looked at it, and I looked at it at 2000 at 2K, not looking. I saw this looking at it at 4K, but the rest of the world will see it at 2K. But if I can usually see it even at 2K. That they're just not fitting in the eye socket right. And sometimes the eye won't, when you resize the eye to 120 each one, sometimes when you use that Vinme, you have to go in and turn off the limits and make the eye pupil even a little smaller. But I think this is it. That eye problem is a bad one, okay? Because it just kind of ruins the eyes. And the eyes. A lot of people say the eyes are everything in an image, like the window to the soul kind of thing, and that the eyes have it. Let's see if this works. Yeah, they don't look like they're sinking into his head. So it's hard to tell. It's got to reticulate more, but that works for me, okay? There's some character in them, okay? Now maybe they're not rotated quite right, but when you move and resize the eyes, they don't really rotate. You have to really mess with them because they become like oblong, and they don't rotate the way they normally do. So you have to kind of mess with that. Now it looks like it looks like there's a little bit of a hole there. It's not. It's just I have to kind of trust my work. And also the like Michael 9, his eyes like bulge right out, and those are very difficult eyes to get the eyeball just right in them, but you have to, because they're expecting an eye of a certain shape, and I wonder if at any point you might have to just go in with mesh grabber and start really tugging and pulling at the eyeball to make it fit right in some of these eye sockets. So, but these are it. Okay. I think that's gonna do it. I'm not really sure. This one looks like he's looking right down at me, and that one's looking up. but I'm gonna leave it. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, it works. So that's gonna do it. It looks like he's got veins or something going on here. The Genesis 8, and I don't know if it happened with Genesis 9, but every once in a while you'd shine the light just the right way and you could see the seams in their skin, where the neck textures meet the head textures meet the torso textures and all of that. And I've never seen that with Genesis 9, and I think it had a lot to do with transparency, things that I just completely don't really understand fully. But look at this sun here. It's beautiful here. So, all right. Thank you for watching. Take care. I hope you learned stuff from this, and it doesn't look like it's looking quite right down at me, but still... It works. He's looking over at something. All right. So take care, people. We're going to play a little bit of Sigmund's theme today. I hope you have enjoyed this tutorial. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and leave comments if you would like me to cover a certain topic. Like tonight, I talked a little bit about lights for Crimson Samurai, and I'm sure you will do well, Crimson, on your lighting. And everybody's gone to bed except it says a couple of viewers, so maybe we've got one left here. So take care. Thank you again for watching. Have a lovely day, evening, whatever time it is in your part of the world. I will see you again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. This is Rex Red saying so long for now, and see you